Good morning, everyone. Happy Sunday. I hope you're all well. It is wonderful to be with you all. And by Adonai's grace, it is raining in California, where it is so important for us to have rain. And I give thanks for it. So apologies for being a little late. I was scrambling to get everything done. I got inspiration yesterday. And so I was up till about 2 working on this and slept about 2.5 hours and been working on this since 5. So I really hope you enjoy this. It's profound and it's in the 8th gear. As everybody knows, I love that gear. Understanding things like this has, and learning new models has inspired my path. And because I just find it just all so beautiful. And so helpful. So there was something I've been wanting to say and ask for this week before I even came up with this teaching. And so here it is. So as many of you know, HP Shalom has been a labor of love for me, born from years of devotions, study, and a calling to share what I've learned. And creating and editing these teachings takes time and resources. And I would like to become more focused on this work. So I'm asking if HP Shalom has touched your life. I hope that you might consider helping me. Your assistance, no matter what the size, would be greatly appreciated. As you know, these teachings are freely available and openly shared. And your assistance would allow me to focus on continuing to build on the body of teachings, producing written materials, which I aspire to do in the future, and staying grounded in the flow that guides me and guides us all. So if you would like to make a contribution, I have put up a link to GoFundMe in the description to this broadcast. You can see it on the live page. It's on the left side. It has a little more after the description to the teaching, and you will find the link there. So, but I wanted to thank you all for walking this path for me. Your appreciation of what I share means a lot to me and motivates me to continue. And honestly, it fuels every step forward. So I kind of wanted to say that, and I have. And so if you pardon me, I still need to get ready a little bit. I didn't want to leave you guys hanging for too long. So I'll be back in like a couple minutes. I need to kind of prepare a little bit before I begin the teachings. So I will put this on pause for a moment, please. Okay, I apologize. I didn't have a full chance to get ready when I started. So now I feel I'm in a position to I seem to hear an echo. I'm not sure why. One moment. I want this to go through properly. I apologize. I'm not sure. One moment. Okay, so apparently it's only through my earphones and not live. So that is a good thing. I wanted to be sure. I have little headphones plugged into my computer, so I'm sure that I am transmitting, because then I'm also hooked up to the YouTube, to the live feed. Because once, I don't know if people remember this, but a year and a half ago, for whatever reason, it wasn't streaming. So I was talking into space and there was no connection. Thankfully, I recorded the teaching and I was able to put it up. So I always check. So now that I know that there is no echo and that you could hear me clearly, we can begin. So pull up my notes. I have images. I have names of God. We are ready. And I am very happy about this teaching, and I'm excited to give it. This teaching, I really personally love it very much. So why don't we take a moment to sort of line up? I need to sort of be still. And so spine straight. Hands together. If you say a name of God, then do it in center. And let's just slow down, come into presence, and just be in this space for a moment before we begin, so we're all lined up. It's very important. What happened before, what's happening in the future, fade away. We come into the presence. We ask Adonai's, Hashem's, Yahweh's, Shekhinah to come for us to connect. And may it always guide us for our utmost good in our lives, in ourselves, and ultimately to be able to walk in the proper way, in Yahweh's way. So let's line up and let's connect. I give God thanks for the teachings I'm about to share. I have to say, I've given many teachings, some of them really special, I feel, which really touched me. This really brings a lot together, a lot what I've taught. Really is going to bring in everything I spoke about in the Tree of Life. And if you're new, you're invited to go on the YouTube channel, the teachings on the Tree of Life. I don't know, it was about 3-4 weeks worth. Was about a month ago. And this really brings in mantra as well as path. And really puts everything together in a way that I've been teaching since the beginning. Yeah, I think it's just the framework of everything, and there's just so much beauty in the tradition, and mystery, majesty, and guidance. I'm just so grateful to the ones that came before, who put their life's work in this and provided us a great gift. And it was protected throughout the ages and spread and taught in different forms and still available for us. So we've been discussing mantras, names of God. Mantra is a repetition of a name, syllables, it can be sounds, that connect, that can amplify energy, that bring blessings, connection, wisdom, guidance, healing, all that good stuff. When one begins mantra practice, sometimes it's helpful to begin with multiple names. And looking at my notes here, didn't make it into the notes, but I remember. So it is helpful because combining names or titles of God can amplify energy in a tangible way, especially for people who are just beginning to feel the energy of a name or haven't quite. And it helps build a student's capacity to be able to touch and feel spiritual energy, to be able to resonate with it. There is nothing more sacred with these names, and I'll get into that in a moment. And we have to remember that each of the words we put in and say is the sacred name of God. In different forms of mantra, some of which I will never share and teach. So much of it I never use anymore. There are other names and words, elements and things that have power, that's used over the ages, and they're not sacred in any way. So I had a trepidation of teaching the stacking of the names, but after praying on it and feeling about it and realizing that I did that at the beginning myself, that it's valid to teach it in this way, to amplify the power of the name, and to use it as a means for people to get a sense of the power, and to have it as a tool in your toolkit, this sort of spiritual toolkit we're building, to be able to use it in the future, to have access to it on the spot. Very, very, very powerful. But we must remember always, this is not just a recitation of syllables and things repeated throughout history that have gained power by this sort of sentence that's strung together. Each part of this is the sacred divine name of God. So we need to keep that in mind. It is not some formula of words that make a feeling. Right? So there's the syllables of the name of God, the sounds of it do create a feeling, so that is correct. But let's not forget that there's also the divine blessing of the name, and that it's also the actual name, and that creates a very, very powerful blessing and energy. So there's two components. I wanted to make it clear that there is always the component of Hashem, of God in it, and whatever name we put in it. And let's always, always remember that there's one God. May use different names that have different vibrations and access different parts of himself. But that does not mean each name is a separate God. Right? So if somebody speaks to me at work, uses my last name, that's a certain vibration they get back. One of my parents used my name. They get a certain vibration. Somebody I'm in a relationship with might use a pet name, a name they've come up with. They get a certain vibration. Do you see? Someone saying in distress my name would get a different vibration in response. Okay? Right? These are different emanations of God. And we've discussed this a little bit. Abba, very spacious, right? Sort of the beginning of our dimension. This Abba. Each time I say it, my mind blanks out, everything drops out, I feel spaciousness. Okay? Now with time, you'll feel that. Because I've sort of indicated where this is going, you could try to see if you could feel that. So when my teachers mentioned the name and sort of, well, often they didn't give any description, you have to find it out yourself. That was the method used. But when I asked my friends who did that, I'm like, what do you feel? Blah, blah, blah. I asked 4 people. They all sometimes said the same thing or something similar. So it's kind of like, you know, somebody wants to describe the color green is. You know, they get kind of close. So it gives you an idea of what to look out for. This kind of gives you an idea of the sense of a name. Yes? So you kind of are open. You look for that temperature, for that felt sense. And once you kind of feel it somewhere in you, and this is why it's helpful to close your eyes when you say a mantra, especially at the beginning, because all your senses are focused inwards. Yes? So your eyes use like 60 or 70% of your body's energy. The optical nerve takes most of the body's function. Most of your energy is taken up by your eyes. Just so much is processed. Yes? So by closing your eyes, the senses are heightened, the other ones. Right? So people who can't see, they hear really, really well. Why? Because that's how they navigate the world now. That in their felt sense. And their brains expand and are very attuned to their environment. Right? So when we close our eyes, our senses have all that energy available to them. And when we turn our attention inward through our practice of calming our mind and of our presence, we develop, right? This is why we do our practice of trying to be still and bringing our thoughts back to the present, so we're just focused, light touch on what's occurring at the moment, which is often not very much, but what's happening in the moment is we're present in the moment, which is a very pregnant space to be in and a very beautiful open space. And if we have our eyes open, we can see our prayer space or the nature around us, or we could better smell the incense we're there, or the feeling of the room, the feeling of nighttime or daytime, the hearing of the sound of rain, yes, the feel of what we're sitting on becomes heightened. We could anchor into that as our anchor, the part that permits us to focus lightly, that sort of anchors our mind on. It becomes an object of meditation. It's something we are in relating with, that kind of keeps us present in the moment of what we're doing, this moment. Now. What you're seeing, what you're hearing, what you're feeling as it's occurring. Oh, thank you. That's it. Does that make sense? It's what's occurring in that millisecond. You are there. You are receptive. It is taken in, and your brain is spot on there. Not a second to do or two what happened previously, not a second or two what's going to happen. And it is possible with the practice to live life always in the present moment. Everyone else can do that with practice and time, right? We use mantra to bring us back into the present moment. So we're using the blessing of a name to align our Sefirot in our tree, right? So we're in the middle column, and in the middle column is pure presence. In our kingdom, we become aligned and present in what's occurring in that kingdom Sefirot, the manifestation where we are all living from. Our alignment in the middle channel creates in us presence and alignment and a calm, peaceful mind that perceives our world and connects ultimately to God. Yes? As I'm saying this, the thought came to me, Abba is a very powerful name. When we lose that connection in our practice and in our lives, to bring us back to the present, because it's sort of an antidote, something you give to resolve something, right? Like an antibiotic is an antidote to an infection. Yes? For people who are not native speakers, I want to make sure people understand. So that's an antidote. Yes? So when our mind is discursive, when our mind is everywhere, speaking to ourselves, thoughts about the future and the past and our emotions, we're triggered, we're emotional. 10 minutes later, we realize we're no longer present and we're no longer in front of our shrine, we're all in our heads. That's fine. That's part of the practice. There's no judgment there. We've all been there. Sometimes I go there. It's what it is, right? Bringing our mind back to the object of meditation is actually the act of meditation. It's not just when you're present, oh, finally I'm meditating. Well, you're in the fruition of meditation. Well, let me not overspeak that. But you're in one of the things that meditation is guided and a fruit to attain. But there are so many levels beyond that. But that's like, we wish for presence. And when the presence deepens, then you get the wisdom and the divine presence. Do you see? So there's levels, right? Like we've been teaching with the Sefirot. It doesn't all come on at once. You get levels, and then whoa, right? Then, the Merkava chariot takes off, and it's a wonderful ride. Every step's a wonderful ride. So an antidote, the name of God we use, but I ask you to consider the name Abba. That should work for everyone, even if they're from a conservative school, a conservative branch of religion. Abba should be fine, I think, for everyone, and the spaciousness of it will literally stop the mind. It's like pop the mind into a vacuum where there's just pure space and everything dissolves in it. So why don't we try that for a moment, right? I've been speaking. There's a lot of words. You might be thinking, analyzing it. You feel the energy of the density of thought, of information, of intellect, of awareness, of practice. You might be applying or thinking how this would apply to your meditation, right? We get a lot of thoughts, right? Hopefully there's not too many that distracts you from what I'm saying, and then you miss things or you feel overwhelmed. And that's why it's important to go back through what I've said. This is why there's an archive now going back 1.5 years of all the teachings. So they're there to repeat 2 or 3 times, 4 times, or a couple years later, just go back through them again. And you catch different elements you missed because you understand the framework better. You are able to put pieces that might have been not fully understood. And as your practice and your understanding and your wisdom has grown, you actually hear it completely differently because you're in a different place. And each time you listen, it deepens. And it's good to give it sometimes, listen once or twice, then give it a week or 2 weeks, then listen for that 3rd or 4th time or 3rd time. It really deepens, or twice, and then wait 6 months, or you're in your practice and you're like, oh, he said something about that. You know what? Let me re-listen because I'm not quite fully getting it, right? So let's try Abba. I just said a lot again. I was actually intentionally not only giving guidance, but also to make it full. So we're all feeling a little full mentally. I know I am. So center and then say Abba. Close your eyes. Do this quickly before the energy fades. Close your eyes. Line up. Yes? Then I want you to say, put your intention inwards. Then I want you to say Abba. How many? Once? Or maybe say it a couple times. And see what happens to your energy and to your thoughts. Don't anchor on your thoughts. Just put your energy in your body and let's do it. Abba. Abba. You release. Try to just let go, like, right? Like a opening and just like a whoo, right? That whoo is the energy just moving out. Why is that release? Like, oh, that's kind of what we're going for. Okay, let's go. Abba. Abba. Oof, so peaceful. I almost want to end there. I'm just like in the most peaceful state right now. Practice, right? That takes a while, or maybe not. Maybe you're like poofed right in. That's the miracle of divinity. It's just like the blessing so strong, it takes you there. Or it takes a practice. I literally felt all my muscles relax. My mind became soft, and my body just became sort of in this calm place, like I was wrapped in the blanket and just they're all cozy, and just I was just open. I was ready to sit in that place for like 30 or 40 minutes blissed out. That's the power of reciting a name. And because it's a sacred name of God, it not only put me in that spacious place that Abba, meaning literally Father, is able to create for me, but because it's literally a name of God, it put me in the space of God. So when I'm resting in the blanket of, in that calm of my mind, after not sleeping that much and literally restarting at the teachings at 8 in the evening, even though a lot of them were already done, I thought, being up at 5 and not stopping, all that momentum really released. And everything became warm and soft, and all the momentum left. Notice how much slower I am speaking now than I did before. And the name connects us with God. I've linked, created a bridge, and it's not just a name that creates that. There are mantras in other traditions that just have syllables of different things that sometimes don't mean anything anymore and maybe never did. And it works with vibration in the body and creates a similar effect. I do not recommend any of those. Just stay at home base. Don't get lost in that. There are good ones, there are bad ones. There's all sorts of things. Just no need. Don't even, just my recommendation, don't even go there, right? It's Abba. It creates that, but it's also the divine name. It connects us emotionally, energetically to the Shekhinah, aligns our Sefirot. Why I felt so calm is because all the Sefirot, all the disturbances of too much energy, too much masculine, the speediness, the tense in my body from what I did to prepare, and so happy to do so, let me tell you. I loved every second of it. I did not mind that I only slept 2.5 hours. I love everything about that, of doing that. It relaxed that imbalance of the masculine, gave me a better balance of the feminine, of space, to hold what I'm doing without an over-intensity, which was necessary to complete everything in time, but now not so necessary. See? I always like to give examples for understanding. And because it did that, that open space that was created moved everything into the central channel. Yes? Into this central column. If we look on our screens, right? This is what I'm talking about. I'm sure everybody knows, but right? The central feminine on the right, masculine on the left. Yeah? And that came the peace. The intensity was too much on one side. The name calibrated my Sefirot. Takes practice. I said it 2-3 times. Yes, because I've done it for a while. You might need to say it for a couple minutes. 30 minutes, couple minutes, 30 seconds, then give a space. The thoughts come up or never quite stop, but that you sense hopefully that they're lessened, and you work on it. You work on it. You're connecting, and one day you're connected. You can't go from disconnection to connection right away, or you can. I don't know. See, I didn't start with these names from the beginning, so I can't tell you how fast it goes. I started with other things. Yes? This has a divine blessing. For some, immediately, like a fish to water. Especially people who have had a very deep prayer life, who are naturally very religious, who have done a lot of clearing in their lives. There's not a lot for the names to work through. If you haven't done a lot of that, which is totally fine, because many parts of my life hadn't done any of the work. This is why I can teach this, because I've walked the path. Otherwise, this will all be theoretical and, helpful, but I could share from experience, which is helpful to people who wish to learn or to be guided by it, because somebody's driven the road and is still driving the road. I do not fully live from the central channel. It's not there. Maybe one day. And then the whole nature of my teachings may shift. You see, because I wouldn't fully be in that space anymore, and I might not fully relate to it in the same way. Does that make sense? Because it's a different perception, a different dimension, a different frequency. And when you move there, things fall away. Different levels, different understanding, different wisdoms, different ways of perceiving and explaining. And this happens to us all the time, no matter what level you're working at. That is the path. That is Jacob's ladder. Yes? From last month. Yeah? It's the ascension. It's the balancing of the Sefirot. So, with Abba, you work on it. It's spacious, it's opening, a relaxation of the muscles. So when you say it, saying, my muscles tent, am I relaxing? And do I have a thought? I'm relaxing into the thought. I'm opening, I'm letting go. I'm exhaling. Am I breathing? Is the room too cold? Is it making me feel tense? Then put on the heater. Put on a blanket. Is it stuffy? Well, open a window. Open a door. Turn off the heater. Do you see? You're working with your space. Is it giving you too much masculine? What I described as all masculine? Because it tightens you. Not too warm, not too cold, all perfect. What does that do? You relax, no tension, space. Feminine. So you're learning in your environment. Is it noisy? That causes stress, tensity, resistance, especially if you want space, and annoyance. Do you see how all that's throwing off many different Sefirots? And it's manifesting in your body, your kingdom at the bottom. Because your energy, the one right above kingdom, foundation, is not balanced, it's disturbed. So this is why practice at home provides a basis to help you align and find that openness which you heal and work and connect and empower the name for yourself. So when you take it out in the world and you're in a stressful situation with your partner, your children, at work, you can say it to yourself or lightly under your breath. It's not good for people to hear this. They might think you're wacko, or it's just not the way. I just don't. But you learn to work with it so the energy is inside you, and you could just say it within your energy. It's a practice. You learned how to do this with time, and you find that calmness, the still point, and then from that, you address the situation in a more aligned way. Not to anger, not to reaction, not to ego. You find the right calibration. You're aligning with the central column where the Sefirots are in alignment, or at least less in disalignment. You see? And with time and practice, it's more and more in alignment. Does that make sense? That's the power of these names. You can study, powerful. You can, helpful. You can, and helps. You can go to services, helpful, powerful. Be in front of sacred objects that emanate energy, extremely, extremely helpful. And at some point, you'll be able to feel energy, and you'll sense that these objects that you thought were mundane are not so mundane. For an example, being in front of a Torah, a real one, that's been empowered and prayed over, which is properly written by scribes, and everything has a lot of power. And at some points you feel it, and when you're in it, you absorb it, and you're like, may this grace me. You resonate, extremely powerful. It's a form of visual mantra. It's a form of energy relationship. Blessing of your ring, putting in your practice, blessing of your prayer bleeds. Very helpful when you're starting, because it's a visual connection to your practice, visual connection to the power and the blessing you put into it. You touch it, you're in alignment. You're like, oh, I'm really out of alignment. You go to your prayer room, your beads are right there. You touch it, and that energy could just really resonate. Subconscious association of your practice can help, but also they could carry a physical energy that just puts you back into balance on many different levels. Maybe we'll get into that. I've touched on it so much. In another session, we definitely will, and I will speak about levels. If you feel called to do that, or the ring you've blessed has that resonance. So we learn with names. The name you're called to, your core name, which can change, and you could start with one for a couple minutes and shift to another. Also, these names, you learn the effects of other names to provide an antidote, a solution, a help to create certain imbalances. And I know we could all use Abba in our lives to create more space. This world's too fast, too intense, too stressful, too full of emotions and everything. The whole world would be much better if there's more space. We could all use a little Abba in our lives. Yes. That's the power of a single name. I'm completely off my notes. That was a whole tangent. A very important one. That's why it's the channel. I just love that. It's so important what I just said. It is a very important name, especially at the beginning. All the names connect to all the different elements. Abba's open. Everybody knows which name I use, which is Yahweh, which I always say very reverently. The reason I say it, and that's my practice at the beginning, I never said that, I hid it. But I can't teach you if I hide certain things. That has a golden 24-karat gold light that's spacious, but yet also very healing and pregnant with wisdom. It's opening light, but also has a lot of what it contains in a more energetically impregnated way. Abba's very open. Yes? Abba's the top name. Is Elohim, which I'm going to get into today. I'm giving you the levels. So highest frequency, I would just say just open. It's the container. It's where everything fits in, which itself is a thing. But it's sort of the openness, Abba. Then the first real energy that's manifesting is the Elohim energy. Get into that, the name, frequency. Then there's Yahweh. Yes? One moment. When I speak sometimes, it's hard to track because my name is... 1 second. I don't want to misspeak, and my mind is pulled. And see, there's wisdom in taking the space and not hopping into it, and then sometimes just having to go back. So here we are. And then I would say the Emmanuel, God with us, more, lack of a better word, grounded in our dimension. The manifestation in its pure form of Yahweh, the manifestation right above it. You see, the frequency above. But in its full manifestation is the manifestation of Yahweh in its full embodiment. If it's 100% Emmanuel. I discussed this more a year ago. I am editing these teachings and they're up, but if you don't feel called to, don't look at them yet. Hopefully in the next week or two, I will edit them and represent them. I want to kind of work, it's a little bit everywhere. I want to tighten it based on the teachings I've given since then, just to make sure it's all easiest to understand. I really have grown in my ability to explain things, and at the beginning, it's a skill, it's a muscle. So different names that fit in. El Shaddai is very powerful. It's almost the encapsulation of all the names. It's different. Hashem has its own frequency. It fits in there where people feels it is. It's somewhere in the Yahweh spectrum, and so is Adonai. Okay, I would put Yahweh, then Hashem, then Adonai, then Hashem, sort of. And for some people, it's Hashem and not Adonai. And for some, it's Hashem and Adonai. It's a thing. I'm going to speak about that next week. I was going to speak about that this week. No. Okay? I need to focus on what I want to focus, and this will give us something for next week. So do we understand? Abba, Elohim, Yahweh, Emmanuel. That's the layer. Then we have El Shaddai, everything, and I would say Yahweh is everything as well. Okay. Let's remember, Yahweh is said 6,800 times in the Tanakh, which is the Jewish Old Testament. It is the most used name. And this is the name used in the original scrolls of the Tanakh. Yahweh Vadhe. Yes. Like Elohim's used 2,500 times. The sheet's on my website on the 72 names of God. www.wisdomoftheshalom. It's there. I have a printout and people can actually download it. Very helpful. Yeah. So you see, Abba is a name, but it's actually used 3 times and only in the New Testament, interestingly enough. Interesting, huh? But look, so valid. It works. Adonai is 400 times only in the Tanakh. That's the Jewish Old Testament. El Shaddai is 48 times as Shaddai and only 7 times as El Shaddai, only in the Tanakh. Okay. Hashem's a little different. We'll get that into next week. So we have an understanding here. It's important to see where they fit. These are the names that directly relate to God. They are 72 names of God, but they're different than this. These are the key ones that are the personal names of God, or those that we use to refer to God, like Hashem, meaning just the name. I'll get into that next week, but I've spoken about it in the past. Okay? I wasn't going to touch on this deeply, but I think it's important to have a complete teaching. All right. Compounded names. So we're going to mix some of these names together. We're going to add different names, and some of which are traditional, and many I have come up and used myself. I felt it when I was praying and meditating, or spontaneously a name came to me, and it felt very aligned, and it was very helpful and very powerful. So I share that with you, but you may create your own mix that works with you, and you may replace one of the names that in my sort of sequence with another name in that sequence. So this is not set in stone. It's just offering. And we're going to work with 2 of the names this week, briefly, before I move on to something more global and open, for hopefully to give people a taste and an understanding as we do this group practice, to help attune ourselves to this resonance and help build this spiritual muscle, this energetic muscle, this energetic ability to relate with these names in a deeper, deeper way. And I really want, and I'm praying to God, that people who are just beginning will feel something. So it's not just out there, whatever, but they're like, oh my God, this is really real. And they'll get that felt sense. Using a single name really works when you're further along. It may work immediately, but the compounded names strung together, really bring out the energy and are very helpful, especially at the beginning, because it really brings something. Just by the syllables put together as we say it out loud or in sound, we feel that frequency of the sounds. And that frequency we feel is actually very much what the vibration and the power of the name is. Saying Abba or Elohim or Emmanuel has a more subtle energy. It's not as pronounced and as definite. It's much more open. Saying 2 or 3 names of God back to back together creates a very definite feeling of something. It's much more contained, much more powerful. Hence why it's very helpful to people who are beginning and need to get a sense. And you may find that 3 of the names or 2 can be your main practice. And you leave the single names of God aside, and you find the variation of the names that works for you and provides what you need right now, either on the spot or it becomes your main practice. Part of the reason I started with just one name, more traditional, well, at least in certain schools, but there is a real history about putting the names together. So this is not the first time this is proposed in history by a long shot. But it provides a blessing of a name and be able to relate to God in a very simple way. This brings the blessings of 3 names and creates a frequency. So it's kind of in a flow of understanding, but maybe many people will find this to be the most powerful. And this is an open invitation to consider. If one name's not quite there, and one of the names aren't working and not feeling that vibration, then consider putting different names together and see how you feel and experiment. Okay? So I'm going to put up the names so people have an idea. Should have maybe done that before I started. These are just some of the names. Created this beautiful thing for you all, so you have an idea. I'm sensing there are gasps. Yes, this is what we're talking about, my dear friends. We're going to go through 2 of them today, Abba El Shaddai and Elohim El Shaddai. There's only one change, Abba and Elohim, subtle, yet not so subtle. And hopefully I could flesh out the difference to give you an idea. So the combination could open doors, can help create that connection of the energy of God. And then once the doors are open, once you feel the flow and you've established the connection and your Sefirots are very powerfully becoming more aligned, quicker, and in a very safe way, you shouldn't use a combination of the names that feel off. You have to use your intelligence, because it's none of the names could be off, but the frequency could be not quite right for you. Oh, maybe not even quite right for anyone, because you're putting in different combinations and it's not quite there in a certain way. So you find what works and you could see it: clarity, peace, healing, alignment, wisdom. Yes, connection with God. These are the things we're kind of going for. Later on, towards the end, we're going to speak about 7 qualities. These names should help bring out those 7 qualities. And that's what you're kind of looking for as you're finding a combination. And as you work with it, if a single name's not quite calling you now, they open the doors to the single names really coming through. Like, it's been a year or two since I have not used a compounded name, maybe even longer. Yeah, it's been longer than 3 years. Yeah, it's been longer. But at the beginning, the compounded names were very important. So it opens the door of the flow. So the names are not just concepts, they are presence. They're a living presence of God. And to speak them is to open a door to God. Do not be afraid. This is fine to do. We are not so unworthy that we can't do this. Please, please do not think that. That cuts you off from God. It cuts you off from the blessing, from the Shekhinah, to think that. There is always a flow in us because we're alive. This is just opening the river, the faucet of life, so we could find that healing, that redemption, that reconnection to God that is our birthright. So important what I just said. I can't remember exactly the phrasing from the way it came out. So please go back if this isn't something you're grappling with, and listen to what I just said. It's just the infusion into what flows already in us, but really brings us back. It's what we're searching for when we read Torah. It's what we're searching for when we go to practice. It's what we're searching for when we're saying the prayers. This is just the condensation, the essence of those things, the energetic essence of everything that is Elohim, everything that is Hashem or Adonai. In the name, it's just the seed that gives rise to all of it. And they don't overwhelm you. They're not too much. And they're trustworthy because they come from the Holy Book. I believe they're there for a purpose. Otherwise, why not just God picked one name and that's it all the way through? Certain names are used in certain contexts and they hold a certain energy. I really think that was intentional. I really think they were meant to put out different vibrations in different levels of God for us to attune to. Otherwise, they would just use one name all the way through, but it doesn't. So here's one thing at the beginning I want to say. Do not take the name of God in vain. Any of the names, especially Yahweh, do not. It's such a massive red flag. I want to shoot off a cannon next to the red flag. It is literally one of the commandments. Just no. No. These are sacred names. Use them appropriately. Do not be afraid to use them. Now, if a certain name is not part of your tradition, there are others to choose from. It's not just about the speech of the name. It's about your relationship to the name. If you use it in vain, if you curse under the name, if you curse the name, if you curse somebody else with the name, you are rupturing your relationship with God. You are not treating His energy, your relationship with Him, in the right way, and or in the way He wishes you to, or the way that He intended. There are just so many levels. You are breaking your covenant. You are breaking your central column is going to be more out of alignment. Your Sefirots will be more out of alignment, because our Sefirots can only truly be in alignment if you are connected to God. because that's where we come from. We come from Eden. We come with a close relationship. God created us. Our alignment is found in relationship with Him. So if we treat any of these names or misuse any teaching of Yahweh, and humbly I will say that includes mine, you distort that relationship and it becomes a poison. And so if you intend to do this, just please turn me off. This will not help you. This will hurt you. To use a name is to touch the face of God. It's to relate to His energy. So we relate with clean hands, a clean heart, a clean intent. There's nothing to be afraid with the name. God wants to hug us. He wants us to come back to Him. Ultimately, when we die, we want to be in relationship with Him. We want to get closer. All the saints and priests and prophets, anybody who's devout, the devotion is the desire to draw closer to Him. We study, we learn, we practice, we pray, because whether we realize it or not, we wish to connect and draw closer. This helps us draw closer. The names are a living river to draw us closer, to nourish, to heal, to bless. They're offered by God because they're in the Torah, they're in the Tanakh. They were meant for us. This is very important. This exists in Kabbalah teachings. This is not just me. Highly respected teachers and prophets and saints have guided in this way. Yes. Okay, I almost don't want to say this, but I need to say this because there's a misunderstanding in many different traditions. So I'm just going to say it. They are not magical tools to be used. This is not magic, and it's not something to use things to manipulate. It's to heal, to release, to realign. And what are you using to release and to realign to? To the purity of what that can be. But it's currently in misalignment. But it's because we're aligned for it. It's not based on our ego and our desires and our wishes. If it's not in alignment with God. We should not do anything that is not in alignment with God's energy. And that's not just with this, that's with our entire lives. That's the true path. So if we use any of these names to harm, manipulate, curse, it simply won't work. Those things are of a lower frequency. They're not of God. Those are earth frequencies. They're not in Eden. They're not in heaven. They're not there. So the names simply don't vibrate at that level. The name does not, any name does not carry that intent. It simply does not belong to that current. So do we understand? It's almost scientific. That's just the nature of frequency. It's the nature of vibration. It's the nature of this is just how these things work. It's not really debatable what I just said. Anybody would agree with that. And it's worse that it won't work. You will create bad mitzvah and bad karma, and the misuse of the energy will double back on you instantly. And this is me just telling you what it is, so I don't hide things. It'll blow back because it has the wrong intent, and you're using energy and it has the wrong intent, and it's not meant for that. It will be reflected back to you. Don't wish on others what you don't wish on yourself. The saying, it's right out of the Bible. I'm probably paraphrasing it. I'm sure I am. But it's basically that. It will bring back to you what you wish inappropriately on someone else. And honestly, rightly so, in my humble opinion. And it's not necessarily out of punishment, though it could really is a form. But it's also a natural correction. It teaches you. You can learn, oh, I made a mistake here. And you say, oh, I didn't intend to, please forgive me. Or, you know what, I'm still on the path. That wasn't right. I need to atone. It could be a learning experience. Oh, you know what, I need to work on that. I got anger issues. I misused that. Well, you know what, maybe I need to work on that. And maybe I shouldn't use the names until I've worked on me misusing them. And maybe say a prayer for the person and prayer for yourself, right? So it's like touching a holy fire with your bare hands. You touch a fire as a child, you learn, you're going to get burned. And so you learn. So it's everything could be brought to the path. We all have our issues, and we purify, and we could say in our practice the name. This is actually bringing it forth. You misused it, but how about saying in the proper way, Adonai, Yahweh, Hashem, please cleanse me. I have this bad inclination. Please, I'm just so ashamed. Please fix it. Help clear my Sefirot that I don't do this. That was a blaspheme. That was a sacrilege. You don't beat yourself up over it, but at the same time, you identify what it is, and you pray to God to help purify you. See? That is worthy. I would respect that. I'd be like, you know what? That is good. Hats off to you. It's where you are. You work with it. You don't indulge it, and you are conscious of it, and you have the desire to work with it. And that's with anything we have. Anger, all the issues we might have. You don't judge it, but you identify it and you bring it into your mantra, into your practice, for it to find its healing and resolution. And it's all caused by an imbalance of the Sefirot, an imbalance of your chakras, which we'll speak more in the future. And this brings it into balance, and then these issues naturally dissolve away, and then you forget about them. This is the path of healing. It's an invitation to the sacred river of God. The healing river purifies, blesses, creates in us a 24-karat gold energetic body that's linked with God. Yes? We are all worthy to bathe in it. We're all worthy. We go into a river, we clean. Mantra, in a way, is a soap. It cleanses us. We go into the river of mantra, and it cleanses us. We do not need to be pure to go in the river. Actually, it's meant to purify us. Thank you. Yes. There's the key. I was trying to get there, and there it is. So sometimes people feel you need to be pure to do it. Well, the way I perceive it, it's a means to become pure. And one neglects a beautiful way and a quick way and a powerful way to connect that allows us to purify in the most powerful way, because you don't think we're worthy because we're not pure enough. Do you see the chicken and the egg here? You're literally creating a circle. which kind of keeps you from doing the practice because you never feel worthy, because we're not worthy of God, which locks you in. I don't believe in getting locked in. I believe about reaching the goal, and that's about getting there. And we're fine. We don't sometimes go into a river because we're clean, unless we like to swim, You go in there initially to clean, you learn to swim, and then you go in there to swim because you like swimming. I love swimming in the river. I love swimming in the central column. Jeez, it's amazing. It's our birthright. Pop in, pop out. That's the path. Things are off, you work with it. That's the path. We're all working with it. But we don't avoid it because we're not a champion swimmer yet. You go in there to learn. You go in there to clean. You learn in there to increasingly become more worthy. But you have to enter this river if you choose to do this. But I would say even study of Torah and going to services, whatever your relationship with God is, with your path and your tradition, is part of that river. Mantra is part of it. The names of God, in my humble opinion, and I guess this is what I'm espousing, is part of the river, part of the path. Alignment with God causes one to move forward. Alignment with the name causes one to move forward. And honestly, whether one is conscious or not, as you move forward, you are naturally aligning with the names, because they symbolize purity. And the purer we become, the purer we're aligning with the frequency of the name. So, in advocation of this practice, because I feel strongly about it, and it is it's definitely been my practice and will always be my practice, is that getting into alignment. And I use the actual name to bring that frequency into me, which is what I'm going to be speaking about later. And all of this will make a lot more sense. I mean, it already hopefully does, but later it's really going to hone in when I bring in an image, and it's going to be very clear. So, we're not using it to get something. We're saying it for it to come closer to us and for us to get closer to the name. We're not using it to summon power, though we can use it to summon strength in ourselves and summon strength in a healing, or to summon abilities to defend ourselves, right? So in that sense, it's okay, but as long as the intent is correct. But it's really intended also to restore alignment, awaken intimacy with God, an intimate personal connection, and to deepen our connection. It's not about what we wish in an ego-based. It's to restore a higher realignment. It's not a tool to glorify ourselves. It's really a portal, a door, something to access that permits us to surrender our imbalances, our imperfections, our resistance to God. Ego is the part that feels separate, reactive, and self-centered. It's the unperfected structure of ourselves. It's what results from the imbalance of the Sefirot, our thoughts, actions, and all sorts of energies. It often manifests from fear, wish of having control, desire, some sort of illusion or offness in ourselves, rather than a place of alignment with God, with what ought to be, and balance. And in our spiritual work, this part of ourselves which we identify with, this is why it becomes so rooted, it's not destroyed, it's purified. So we ourselves become a vessel of God instead of blocking God. And then as we speak a name, that moment, we reconnect with a truth, with a capital T. And our whole world, and our whole being, and our field, and our Sefirot, and our alignment with ourselves, our world, and God will begin to shift and move in the right direction. We begin to resonate in a better way. This is why this practice is so powerful and meaningful, and why I'm advocating it and presenting it in a very careful, respectful way, in a detailed way, so it's properly understood and can be practiced, and people feel comfortable to practice it, and they understand it in a way that they may feel comfortable to practice it, because they have an understanding, a different understanding of what it is and what it could offer them, and their practice and their relationship with God. We are energetically approaching, respectfully, and with an open heart and desire. And any open heart and desire that's respectful to approach with God, to God, I find nothing more beautiful in this whole planet than that. Why don't we take a moment to have a break? There's a lot I wish to present. I didn't realize I would go into so much detail, but at the same time, I'm happy I did. It is very clear to me, for reasons I will not get into, that I have to present this whole teaching today. I would have probably cut into parts. That is not what I want to do. So, I think it's good to present it at once. So we're going to take a few breaks, and I hope you'll be able to stick with me through this. And if not, you'll be there, you'll be online, and maybe later on this afternoon, you will tune in, and maybe tune in at the 3 o'clock teaching and pick it up where you left off. So you have that sort of live transmission, which will be a replay, but still there's a lot of people listening to it. So it will still have that current, and even later on in the week, it will have that current because of the nature of the teaching. But, you could see, this is about an hour and 45 minutes in, and then you plug back in this afternoon at an hour and 45, or you pick it up later on this week. But I hope you will stick with this. So let's do a 10-minute break. People grab something to eat, go to the restroom, drink some water, check in on the kids. Maybe if you feel called to, shift away some plans that you had in the early morning. Honestly, I think this is maybe another 2 hours. But I really think it's worth it. So otherwise, I wouldn't do this. I don't like waste. I don't think I've ever wasted anyone's time, and I certainly don't plan on doing it with this teaching. But it's something. So let's do 10 minutes, everyone. So 9:03 a.m. We'll be back Pacific time. Thank you. right. Welcome back, everyone. Give a couple seconds for people to... Is any... All right, finished cleaning my glasses. It's good to be able to see the notes properly. So I couldn't manage to figure out how to do it from the Word document and get it into the program. So the names of God are up again, the same ones. However, I was able to make a JPEG. So I didn't realize it before, but they were not fully sharp. So now they are sharp and legible. So feel free to screen capture this so you have them, or blow up the screen and take a picture with your camera, and you are welcome. And I think I'll put them on the website. I definitely will. There will be more names added to this next week, but these are the ones I feel comfortable having for you to try during the week. Now, if you feel uncomfortable with the name Yahweh, you could add Adonai, you could add Hashem. If you don't like a particular combination of a name, as you could see from the sheet, that there's all sorts of ways to add it. So first one, we're going to be doing two together briefly to give a sense. So we're doing Abba El Shaddai, Elohim El Shaddai. So you notice we changed Abba to Elohim, and it's a subtle but yet not so subtle shift. And hopefully we'll work on that a little bit, and I will give an explanation. But to explain, it could be Emmanuel El Shaddai, it could be Hashem El Shaddai, it could be Adonai El Shaddai, it could also be El Shaddai Abba. Does that make sense? So let's look at the fourth one. Abba Elohim El Shaddai. It could be Elohim Abba El Shaddai. It could be El Shaddai Elohim Abba. Do you see how we could deal with the different placements of the various names? Each will have a different frequency because you're literally using different intonations which affect our minds and our bodies. So Abba Elohim El Shaddai. It's the one I've used and will use. It works for me. But so Abba Elohim El Shaddai. Now, how about this? El Shaddai Abba Elohim. Do you see? It's not quite the same. The other one was very smooth and healing. This is a little more oomph. I've had a lot of fire in my life. So everything that's smooth and healing, the more feminine aspects of energy, spacious, healing, calming, right, is helpful to me. For someone else, a different mix would work for them because they need different elements. So another example, Elohim Abba El Shaddai. See, different frequency. Yeah? So this is what's proposed. You work with them. This is just things that I've liked, so I share. Ultimately, it's what you feel called to do. All my teachings is just merely I propose things, ideas, practices, concepts, more detailed things, and it's up for you to what you resonate with today or tomorrow, or what you wish to engage with or not engage with. Yeah, so this is an offering. Let's quickly go through two, and then next week we will go through more. I want to give an idea. This is sort of the practical aspect of today. And honestly, I was just going to stop pretty much around here and go into something else. But then that's not quite what happened. It grew, and I'm thankfully glad that it did. So Abba El Shaddai, the first one on the list. I'm going to speak a little faster here, so we get through this. It's translated as Father, Abba, and then El Shaddai is God Almighty. Its tone is intimate, nurturing, yet deeply powerful. It brings a sense of closeness and tenderness into the experience of divine strength. Abba, which literally means Father, invokes a sense of deep trust and protection. This is the divine Father. So let's not identify it with the failings of, or the greatness of our, well, that's good. If it is greatness of our earthly father, then that lines up. But any failings or imperfections are of this world, and they're not of the divine Father. Divine Father wants us to get close to him. His mercy is unimaginable. Let's not associate him with wrath and judgment. I've spoken about this many times. If you associate that with him, please look at my previous teachings about this. I don't have the time today to kind of get back into it, but this is a loving, trusting Father, forgiving, guiding, helpful, wishing his children to come back to him. And if they're already back, in a sense, to get closer and closer to him. And it's a deeply intimate and affection term for Father, Abba. It's used both in ancient Hebrew and Aramaic. And it's often spoken in a heartfelt prayer. Conveys closeness, trust, and love, like a child calling out to their loving parent. El Shaddai, God Almighty. It's one of the oldest names of God, and it's used throughout the Torah. It's also translated as Almighty God or All-Sufficient One. All of this is initial caps, capital A, capital S, capital O. Almighty God, capital A, capital G. These are translations of the actual names of God into English. So these are sacred names, though we use the name as it's written in the Torah or the Tanakh, because that's the actual name as given to us, and that has the power, real power, not whatever the translation is in our particular language. English, French, German, Chinese, Japanese. You see? That's just us on our end. It's the actual name as written in the sacred text. So we should all be using the actual name if we choose to use this. So Shaddai is linked to the Hebrew root of shad, I believe, meaning breast, suggesting nourishment, provision, and sustaining power. It combines both might and nurturing, strength and tenderness. God which can destroy, and also God who provides. El Shaddai is the one, capital O, which has the power to create, destroy, sustain, protect, and bless, all in one name. Particularly this name, though all these characteristics, I would say, exist in all the names, but particularly El Shaddai. It's a real energized current. So to combine Abba with El Shaddai, it provides a balance of softness, Abba, with a cosmic authority, a powerful one. So, do you see? El Shaddai, El Shaddai, El Shaddai. Abba El Shaddai, Abba El Shaddai. Do you see it almost becomes like a title? It takes some of the oomph away from El Shaddai and puts in that balance. It makes it more accessible, smoother. It changes the frequency of the combination of if it would just be one. And as one practices more, one is actually able almost immediately to sense and feel the difference. I hope you're able to hear it through the sound. And if you say it to yourself now, actually, I'm so sorry, I didn't realize this, but Abba should be in all caps, A-B-B-A, not in lowercase. Oh, that's a whoops. I'm going to be revising this and putting it on the website. This is, no, I'm sorry. Abba is always in all caps, so forgive me. That will be changed. Please delete the screen capture you did. Actually, in the next break, I'm going to redo it, and it will be back up. And when I edit these teachings for the 3 o'clock, and hopefully it'll be able to be done fast enough for the 3 o'clock, I will put up the corrected sheet for them. So, yes, it is all caps. I think that's the thing about it all coming to you at 7 o'clock at night and having to, and working on it for most of the evening. So, where was I? I really care for accuracy. Okay, so Abba Shaddai, if you say it to yourself, you will get the sense, and you could try El Shaddai by itself, you get a sense, and then Abba by itself, and what the combination difference does. This is how you learn sacred sounds. It's how you start feeling the energy, and you should feel it just by your ears, just by itself, even if it doesn't resonate through your whole body yet. And you're just like, oh my God, right? Just from your ears, Abba, El Shaddai, Abba El Shaddai. See? So when you say Abba El Shaddai, you're saying Father of strength and sufficiency. He's both tender and mighty. It's an element of a more, of a balance. The one who holds me and the one who defends me. It's my source and my shield. It really has both the masculine and feminine aspect. The holding, the care, and also the strength, the precision, the correction if you need it. It has both. You see, it's balanced. It's a particularly powerful name when you need both closeness and power. When you long for both the embrace and protection of the divine. It's a shelter. It's also a plea for mercy. It's a very powerful summoning of God in your presence. You could say Abba, but you could also say Abba El Shaddai. See the difference here? That's powerful. You need to call in God's presence because it's urgent. Abba, Yahweh. Well, you could say, well, I'm not going to say it in a strong way because, it's some people have a problem with that being said out loud, but this is a sacred space and this is a teaching and it's a religious teaching. So I say it respectfully and I feel it's appropriate in this condition, but I will not say it in a strong summoning way. But let's just use this as an example. Right? I could say Abba. Yeah? I could say El Shaddai. And I could say Abba El Shaddai. Do you see how it's a little different when you put in the Abba? It really wraps it around and oomph. brings it forward. Abba El Shaddai. It really, like the El Shaddai feels like it has a period at the end. You bring forth God. You call God to be present in this moment. If you face adversity or a threat or physical threat, and you want the protection of God, that brings it forth, that calls to your father, to I need you, your child needs you, your daughter, your son needs you here, now. You're bringing in that power. Do you see the strength of that? Or you're at your practice and you wish to have a closer relationship with God. Abba El Shaddai, Abba El Shaddai. And you feel, like when I say that, I literally feel an infusion of energy into my body. And I feel like he's coming within. And each name will have a different effect. All right? So, why don't people do it for a minute or two, if you feel comfortable. And if you're not sure, just say it softly, slowly, without a lot of oomph. See, I always use powerful examples, hoping that everybody will feel it. Yes? So I turn it to 100%, right? The softer versions, Abba El Shaddai, Abba El Shaddai, Abba El Shaddai. So use a version that you feel called to, and you'll hopefully get a sense of that frequency. And then you're going to have an understanding of the great, beautiful blessing and potential of what mantra is, which is really the point of this conversation, as well as introducing you to the names in a deeper way, and as well showing you how to work with them, and developing an understanding of energy and frequency, and how it could influence our thoughts, our bodies, our minds, everything. Yeah, so if we straighten our back, maybe take a little water here. And we're just going to do it gently. But if you feel in your own practice, I'm going to do it gently, so I provide a proper environment that's whatever, open to everyone and welcoming, where you could base your own practice on top. So I'm going to say it a couple times, and then I'm going to say it under my breath. That's where I say it. But for people who are starting, you may need to just say it out loud, because that's where you are, and that's where you could feel the oomph, because you hear it through your ear. And as you develop, it's kind of said under the breath or in the breath. Yeah? And you still feel all the energy, and actually it feels more powerful, but you gotta work there. It'll naturally, as you say it, maybe a minute or two in, or in a month or two, you will start saying, I'm saying it, but I'm not saying it out loud, right? And I misspoke a little bit earlier. I don't even say it under the breath anymore, though I did for quite a while, mind you. It's you able to work directly with the vibration inside. And I don't say that because, oh, look at the level I'm at. I really, actually, I'm very careful about not doing these things. I do it to, hopefully, people will believe that that is possible, that you can feel it, and people will believe that I'm saying the truth. So I just want to point out always, yes, this is actually a thing, and it's not just in a book. So you can feel the frequency just inside. So I'm going to say it smoothly outside, and then I'm going to shift to where I normally do it, but still say it. And if you need to do a pause and feel that energy, do it. If you feel called to say it intensely at 100%, then do so. And maybe if you don't feel much, maybe you want to say it sharply out loud to see what you could feel. And then maybe say a little Abba out loud sharply, and maybe a little El Shaddai sharply, to get an understanding and to work with these names so they open up for you, right? So that's kind of at your at-home practice, these different levels, but let's work with it, okay? So how about a minute, huh? Just a quick minute, because we're going to move on. But, this introduces it, and hopefully this gives you an introduction, a roadmap for you to practice at home and to develop. And it's like weight training. You start with a couple pounds, you add more weight, and soon you're benching 45, 50 pounds on each side. And you're like, how do I get here? Well, you went 3 or 4 times a week and you practiced and you had good instruction on how to do it, God willing. And then one day you're there and you're like, oh my God, that happened. How am I here? How did that, it just, boom, it happened. Like, whoa. Well, it didn't just happen. You worked on it, right? So let's do this. Abba El Shaddai. Line up. If you're wearing glasses, it's just helpful to take them off. You really don't want anything on your head. Any pressure or things is where energy pools and sort of constrains a little bit. So when you do mantra, you just really want to be as relaxed, open, and put your intention inward, but you shouldn't, not too much pressure. And then, so line up, breathe, center, relax. All right. Abba El Shaddai, 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 Abba El Shaddai. Remain in presence. Just feel and sense the space you're in now. Remain open. Now with the eyes closed, now this is where we use our mind to evaluate. So how does the energy, your thoughts, your body, what you feel, different now than it was a minute ago when we began? Put your mind and your senses in your body, and what do you feel? Inside, in your bones, tendons, your thoughts, your mind. How does your brain feel? Your emotions. Calm, agitated. Do you feel tense? Do you feel spacious? Do you feel full? Do you feel empty? Do you feel connected? Do you feel disconnected? Okay, let's have a look. Okay. So, that is how you work with compounded names. And this is how one evaluates them and comes to an understanding on how they work for them. And if you didn't feel anything, that's okay. It will come. I hope everyone felt something. And then when you work with a different name, you begin to understand its energetic signature. And as you shift the names around, you get a different signature. So you would feel something different if it was El Shaddai, Abba. I guarantee it. Even me saying out loud, I felt the difference. And I'm sure just by the tone of the syllables. See, it's not just the name, it's the syllables. Abba, El Shaddai. El Shaddai, Abba. Do we see? It's different. Frequency influences the mind, our energy, our thoughts, our bodies, everything. Our Sefirot. The right name for the right imbalance. Or it's not even a sense of imbalance here. For me, I felt a deeper connection with God. My chin went from slightly down to horizontal, and actually my head pivoted to an above horizontal to an angle of, so what would be angle of 110 degrees? So slightly up. When that happens, for me, that means all the energy is flowing through the crown chakra and the third eye, and I saw a sort of yellowish light. And I felt connected, and my body felt like it was being infused with an energy. So it wasn't just Abba. Abba is spacious and open, clear. It doesn't infuse me with anything. It actually takes any imbalances out. This one actually infused me with blessing. It cleared me and I was infused. Something came in. The El Shaddai frequency came in, which the Abba frequency also came in because it was paired together, versus Abba by itself has more of an open aspect. Do we see now the power of mantra? Yes? Yeah. So that's my experience. People may have different experiences, and it may shift with time. It'll provide more of what you need at the time than it'll provide later if you need something else. At the same time, I've sort of discovered with a combination of names, it tends to be a certain vibration. It's a direction, but it could work with many things, or it's just not what you need right now, and that's why you work with the combinations. Okay, moving on. Elohim El Shaddai. So I did not pick a completely different one, so the difference will be a little more nuanced, but it's to sort of show how just replacing the name of Abba with Elohim creates a different form of energy. And if you're beginning, you might not be able to pick it up, but you may as well. And it it will show things. So it's subtle, but I think it's very important to really show these distinctions. So Elohim is God, but it tends to be of justice and power. El Shaddai is still God Almighty. So the tone is more regal, judicial, commanding. Elohim's energy, for me, is a king on a throne, a grandfather king. A king that's older, wiser. This is not a young king that's all active. This is a king that mainly sits on the throne and people come to him. He's an elder king. He's lived most of his reign. It's a regal aspect. It's a higher frequency. That's what normally associated with Yahweh, who's more youthful, more active. He's got his hands in things. Elohim is an executive frequency. It's the king on the throne, not so much on the field or in the village or speaking to people. It's a higher frequency. It's more austere, more majestic in name. It's a king that assesses, that judges, that thinks, that gives pronouncements, and then it's handled. He doesn't so much handle it himself. Okay? It's the first name of God in the Torah. In the beginning, Elohim created the heavens and the earth, Genesis 1:1. It represents the power that forms, separates, and structures reality, often associated with divine justice, the different facets of God that preceded into this unity. It's the forces of nature. It represents majesty and fullness, even the spectrum of divine forces working as one God, though they all embody that. But Elohim is just regal. It's sort of the intelligence that operates, the divine perfection that operates behind all that exists. That hand there, that's the force of all creation and makes sure that everything is functioning. It's the God of active formation. It's the God that sets boundaries, separates light from dark, form and not form. He builds the world through word and will, though this is also elements of all of them, but specifically that frequency. And as you work with it, you will understand how Elohim is different from Abba, that is different from El Shaddai, that is different from Yahweh, that is different from Emmanuel. This is the highest frequency after Abba. It's Abba spacious, then it's Elohim. That's a form. It's a form. It's an active energy. When combined with El Shaddai, it intensifies the powerful structural aspect of divinity. It's a more elevated and authoritative phrase. It's great for spiritual warriors, or for moments when someone needs to call back their strength, or to manifest the strength of God in protection, or to shift something that's really off and needs clearing. But be careful to make sure it's with the right intent, and that you have the wisdom to understand what to do and what not to do. But saying it softly within yourself has an effect, and that's what I'm teaching it for. It helps strengthen boundaries or your power. It's a divine channel with a certain level of wisdom and intelligence and maybe even instruction that comes from that particular frequency. It might come in a different form or not even in that way if it comes from a Yahweh frequency or an Abba frequency or an Emmanuel frequency. This is what comes from that frequency. It grounds someone in righteous discipline and structure. It can. It's just aspects of what you could look for. It's peaceful, it's calming, it's protective, it's not threatening. It's a grandfather. But at the same time, grandfather could have power, just not necessarily with his muscles. Yes, he has authority by his voice, by his standing, by his crown, by his throne. His pronouncements are law because he's respected. He has that seat. Do you see how that's in that name? That's why the understanding of the name lines up with the power that it has. Now, I understood the power by the repetition. And then what it was is what I've learned it to be, which is what I'm sharing. I learned it one way, but also if I share what it is, then you can look and feel for that particular spectrum. You're not just grasping all around and you're not sure if that's what it is. Am I getting it? Am I not? Is this right? Or am I off on the wrong path? I'm kind of, you want to go north? I'm pointing you to north. But it could also manifest differently for different situations. But this is sort of the nature generally of this name. So when you do it, open yourself and see if you feel something along that side and see how it differentiates with the name. This other names. This is how you learn mantra. This is how you come to understand frequency. This is how you come to understand what works for when. And with time, you will see how they shift depending on your need. And then you will realize that this is very intelligent energy. It's divine. It's a manifestation of God in a way that's accessible to us, that clears, aligns, directs, empowers, provides wisdom and knowledge. It does, you will see, and nourishes us deeply on our path, in our way, in our connection with Him. And you will see that as you walk down the mantra path. So the name, it holds both power, Elohim El Shaddai, power, El Shaddai, it's just power, and tenderness, Elohim. Elohim, 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 Elohim. So unthreatening. Elohim, it's your grandfather. Elohim, Elohim, right? Abba. See the difference? El Shaddai, Elohim. I can't even say it sharp easily. I'm sure I could. Elohim. Even that's round. Versus El Shaddai. Oh, Abba. Do we see here Elohim? Well, to share something with you, this is the first name of God that I resonated with. This was my access point, Elohim. And I just said the name. It worked by itself. And then the other names came later. I think it was Elohim and then Abba for me. But for other people, it's Yahweh was actually the last name, and actually for me the most challenging. And now it's my home base. just to share. Emmanuel occasionally doesn't as much speak to me. But I do notice its great healing ability. Though for some reason I don't use it. For healing, add Rapha. I'll get into next week. So Elohim, Rapha. But Emmanuel by itself has great healing ability. Rapha is that healeth. So Elohim, that healeth. Elohim, Rapha. Is what's helpful if that's what you need. I kind of wanted to drop that in because it's important. I've mentioned it before. It's Rapha, R-A-P-H-A. Okay. So Elohim, Rapha, El Shaddai. That's a possibility. So there would be God, that healeth, God Almighty. Or Elohim, that healeth, God Almighty. It's, so you could compound it even more. You put a name and you stick Rapha in there. And that brings in the healing ability of the name. Because you're specifically referencing it. You see the power and its medicine that you are crafting yourself. And with the practice, and it can never quite go wrong, but if it feels like it's not the right energy, you will feel that. And that work on another combination. I've encountered combinations, I'm like, oh no, that's not a right energetic signature. Maybe for everyone, and definitely not for me. And then there's other ones. It's all a signature. Right? So let's work on this, my friends. So these are the two we're doing today. Next week, I'm going to use a similar structure because I really love this structure. We're really digging in here to understanding. But it's not just understanding for understanding's sake. And you don't need to memorize what I'm saying. Please do not. Get a sense of it. Get the pieces you need. It's in the practice. It's in the practice. It's in the practice. It's not in the knowledge. Please, not in the knowledge. That's all head. The energy is in actually doing it. You can have all the knowledge in the world about riding a bike. You will not know how to ride a bike until you're on the bike and you're pedaling. And you may fall a couple times, but then you learn. And next thing you know, you're on a 10 speed and you're going 25 miles per hour. And you learn to fly. This will help you do the truck. It will get you to this Ferrari. This will get you to the jet. This will get you to the starship. This is really the fuel that moves you along the highway and progresses you in a quick way from one to the other. And it just clears it's the Pinto that actually can be the starship. You're not shifting out. It's literally the Pinto who morphs, who changes, becomes the starship. Let me give you an analogy in nature. What is it? It's the moth that becomes the butterfly. Oh, that's perfect. We are mothiness. We're working on purifying, and we work, we do our work, we do this, we morph in our little cocoon. Our practice is our cocoon. Our lives become the changes that we make, and then one day we are majestic. We're a butterfly. We have the colors. We're intricate and gorgeous. We are high frequency, and we just drift on the air. Amen and shalom to that. Oof. Yes? So, I may have repeated this, but I'm a little off the note. So when Elohim El Shaddai, when Elohim's combined with El Shaddai, it intensifies the most powerful structural form of divinity. Yahweh does too, but this is a specific frequency of it. The Elohim frequency. It It infuses power into the Elohim to really feel it. So that's why you're putting the construction of El Shaddai after Elohim. It helps you understand the nature of the Elohim energy. It really plugs it in. It's a more elevated and authoritative state, a phrase. Yes? Speaks to the God who created the world with order, upholds it with justice and his laws, and nourishes it with mercy and kindness. This is the grandfather you come to when you have a problem, because you can't quite feel comfortable going to anyone else. And you sit on his lap and you tell your problem to this kind old man who's very smart and can deal with it in a way that's merciful and kind to you. And you don't find it threatening as a child, because he's the loving grandfather that spoils you with gifts, because that's what they do. Elohim. At the same time, it's the grandfather who's been through life, knows the stuff. He has a phone, he has a Rolodex, and when he gets angry, even his children shut up because he's their father. And when he speaks to you, he's your grandfather. And if he gets sharp, it cuts. And he does so because he's worried, or there's something out of order. But that's not the default. It's like the ideal grandfather. There are grandfathers that are not anything like that. But this is the archetype of what a grandfather should be. He's protective. He will jump in front of a car for you. Good grandfathers would not hesitate to give up their life for you. Because like, I'm at the end of mine. You're my grandson. You've got your whole life. I'm going to jump in front of the car for you and shove you out of the way, even though I'm the one who's going to get hit. It's that level. Though all the elements of God will stand in your defense and will shield. This has the Elohim aspect of it. It's a cool flame. Yahweh is a flame, emanating, youthful. He leads the army as a king. He has a throne, but his voice isn't soft with age. It's more of a full, thunderous. It's a God in his power, on his seat, that is very active. He moves around. Elohim's sort of there. That's the nature of the frequency. I hope this is helpful. This is my idea of what it is, but I'm trying to give you a context of, so when you feel the frequency and you look for it, you're kind of looking for what my words may manifest as. Do you see? I'm trying to lay a map, what it is, what it could be, how they're different. So when you work with the frequency, you already have a construct, a means of understanding, at least a means of an idea of how to engage with it and discover your own truths. By God, please do not think this is in stone. This is what I see, and in 10 years may be different. Though Elohim's Elohim and Yahweh's Yahweh and Abba's Abba, there is a thing, there is a certain structure. There's parts of it that are not subjective, but there are parts that are. Yes? So why don't we do it? So in a way, there is a divine masculine and feminine there. Elohim is the strength that forms reality. And El Shaddai could be viewed as the love that sustains it. Sustain is the divine masculine. The form and the space is a little more than the divine feminine, though it's also really in the divine masculine as well. And anything creation aspect is the divine masculine. The feminine provides the space of it. So it's more on the divine masculine for both of them, but there is a more of a feminine aspect to Elohim. And El Shaddai is a sustaining. It's a current. It's active. It empowers the Elohim. All right, so we are going to do this, and then we're going to move onwards after a little break. So, Elohim El Shaddai. So, first, back to our friend Abba El Shaddai. Right? How am I going to do this? Okay, we're going to start with Elohim. All right, so line up and feel free to say it along with me. You have to feel it. And I invite you to say it out loud. When we do this and you're doing these practices, at least at the beginning, unless you're well versed in it, say it out loud. You need to hear it. It's an input of energy through the ear into your body. It's a vibration in the room. It's a vibration, actually, through the voice. And believe it or not, your body feels the vibration from your voice. So I give you all permission to please say it out loud, because that will help. It will help. Sound carries a vibration that affects your body. That's just the nature of mantra. Otherwise, we wouldn't do it. And it affects your mind and everything. Otherwise, why would we do it? If we needed a blessing, we'd just use the name. It's vibrations. Yeah, there's both. I think I overspoke. It's both things, but vibration's essential in this. So let's do this. Line up. Elohim. 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 Elohim El Shaddai. 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 It's summoning, doesn't it? Elohim El Shaddai. Elohim El Shaddai. Elohim El Shaddai. I feel I'm calling him to come forth. I feel an energy coming forth. That's what I feel today. So, Abba El Shaddai. Abba El Shaddai. Abba El Shaddai. Elohim El Shaddai. Elohim El Shaddai. Elohim El Shaddai. Abba El Shaddai. Abba El Shaddai. Abba El Shaddai. Elohim El Shaddai. Elohim El Shaddai. Elohim El Shaddai. Different, huh? Abba El Shaddai is quite powerful. Elohim is smooth. It's, at least for me, less intense, but yet powerful and very beautiful. Oh, that reminds me. Yes, I envisioned a grandfather God that was dressed in the most beautiful silks and real fashionable. He's Elohim. He bougie. He's very fashionable. He's well dressed, nice hair, beautiful rings, just well put together on a beautiful throne. He's Elohim. Just majestic. And that memory came back, even though I haven't said his name in a couple years, really, or done the practice with him, just because I felt that vibration. And then that's what came to me. That's what I felt through the sound. Elohim El Shaddai. I'm just literally manifesting a gorgeous aspect of divinity. Yes? So why don't we do it together for a minute? And then we're going to have a break. Okay? So let's do this. If somebody wants to say it at 100%, then feel free. But it's not going to have the same oomph, you'll see, as Abba. But see, that's a learning aspect. Maybe you try both at home or now and see the difference. And see how repeating it for minutes or 30 minutes off and on, or for an hour off and on, or for 5-10 minutes straight how that generates a certain feeling in you, and then take a break for 5-10 minutes, and then try the other name and see that how that generates a feeling in you. And then see which one you prefer, or why one name might be better if you're feeling a certain way, or you have a certain problem in your life and it's affecting you, and this helps you clear it so you could think clearly or feel better, or let it go so you can enjoy your weekend and you're not anchored with something that happened during the week. And that gives you an understanding of mantra. And these skills that you develop with this name or another name applies to all the mantras, and one of these unlock for you. And we're going to discuss the gates a little later on this discussion. And that's why I'm trying to say it all at once, so it's all out there and it all makes sense in the future. Later on today, it's going to all come together. Once one unlocks and you develop abilities and the ability to go deep with one, they will all unlock. It's like you're learning to swim, but by learning to swim, when you hop on the bike, another name, you learn to ride that bike really fast. You hop in the car, it's a little different, but you get it really fast. It's like learning, here we go. You're learning how to walk, and it takes skill and it takes time. But once you've learned how to walk and you're stable, then learning how to run and ride a bike and swim is much easier. You don't start with, you got one and then the rest follow much easier. It doesn't take that much time to learn to swim or ride a bike. Nearly not as long time it took you from crawling to being able to stand up, to be able to walk a little bit without falling, and then being able to walk and be solid, and your parents don't have to be worried anymore. Isn't that, I don't know, I haven't been around young children, but isn't that like a 2 years process, at least a year and a half, right? But riding a bike, how long did it take you? Or learning to swim, how long did that take you? It's the same with mantras. So find one that you feel, I want to work. This feels like home base. Oh, then by God, that's the one for you. You could still experiment, but the one that you feel the juice is at, where you're like, oh my God, this is so what I needed. Where has it been my whole life? That's the one. Where has it been my whole life? Then you have the enthusiasm. You're happy to do it. That's the one that can bring you all the blessings of mantra. So when you move from that, if you ever do, to another one, or wish to experiment and learn and understand other ones, but it still remains your home base, the other ones will unlock. And they might unlock from the first couple recitations, because you've cleaned your Sefirot with that one, at least partially. So you're able to feel the energy, the walls, the shmut, the dirt on your cathedral that keeps you from feeling these things have been partially, if not completely, removed. So you're able to feel it. And a mantra is a mantra. So once you feel one well, you're going to feel the other ones much easier. And like me, I haven't done Elohim El Shaddai in several years. I felt it right away. Why? Because I'm in the practice of mantra, at least one of them. And so the abilities remain. The abilities are being nourished and there. Amen and shalom. 10-minute break. Okay? And if you feel you need to go, then please, if you have things to do not feel bad. But if you can, please stay. All right, 10 minutes. So 10:12 a.m. Okay. We're all coming back. All right, so we center ourselves. So as we're doing this, we're developing the discipline and the ability to do so. So the more you practice, the more it happens. So as we're restarting after I break, we take a deep breath. Maybe look at our screen where the image is, paper right now, and we just center and open, maybe close our eyes, maybe say the name of God, and we come back to where we are now. And this opens our mind, and we become more receptive and more intelligent and discerning and present, and we'll be able to retain information better. Okay, to finish off, so I was going to go into the other names on the paper to give you an idea, and I've decided not to. So why don't people work with the names this week and maybe look into the other names and see what you feel from them without me telling you what I feel from them. And I think that will be very helpful. You know, maybe use the ones I spoke to as a guide and then explore a little bit. See what comes up. For people who need healing, you could add Rapha, Abba Rapha, or Abba Rapha El Shaddai, or Abba El Shaddai Rapha. Oh. You see how that shifted? That's an interesting one to explore. So, and I just, poof, and so work with it. These are people who, who really want to focus on healing aspects, but also see what it's like without it and how that shifts. So each time a name is spoken with intention, with the desire to say it and focus, it becomes more real. And this type of speech, this type of recitation, of naming, this begins to shape our spiritual reality. So someone who's more drawn to Emmanuel El Shaddai, or Elohim, or Abba, or Yahweh, or Hashem, or Adonai, will be more in the frequency of what constitutes that name. But it also connects with all the other names. But it'll have a lot of those attributes. And people can be naturally situated in different places. Remember, all our Sefirots do not line up in the same way. The way I'm calibrated optimally has a different configuration than someone else. Hence why my personality will often always be in a certain realm, which is a way of being which will be different from somebody else's. My distortion of my Sefirots will manifest differently in somebody else's distortion. This is how we have different personalities and interests, and this is how we distinguish each other, and why we're drawn to certain people as friends, and why we might have certain other people as enemies. Sometimes it's based by personality and how we interact, and by the distortions we have. And so, by working with a specific name, we reshape in a way that's in alignment, or at least in resonance. Resonance, you resonate with something, and resonance, that's it, in resonance with the name you're using. Yeah? Wonderful. So I was able, during our little break, to reconfigure the document. It occurred to me that since I knew how to get out a document onto this program, I might as well fix it real fast. So Abba is in all caps. So feel free to screenshot this. It will also go up on the website this afternoon, or maybe tomorrow, because I sense myself sleeping a lot this afternoon when I'm done. Yes, so why all caps for Abba? Some people put them all on all caps, but I feel it's hard to relate to that. But Abba is in all caps because Abba is a commonly used name to mean father. So when it's all caps, anyone knows that it's referring to a name of God. You really don't have that problem with the other names. El Shaddai is not in, Yahweh definitely isn't. Hashem and Adonai are not in the common speech. It only refers to God. Abba literally means father, and that's one reason it's in all caps, to really distinguish it as a name of God. So that's why, and that's why I really didn't like the way it was before. So now it is as it should be, so feel free to screen capture this. Now we are moving on to something that's just amazing to me. And one of the main reasons why I did not cut this short, well, it would have been cut, well, it doesn't seem short, but why I didn't want to end this before this was all done, because now it's all going to make sense. And it's going to bring a lot together. And it just all needs to be said together in one teaching, however long it might be. And I did not want to spread it out, and for other reasons. I just really want to transmit this as a whole, because this came to me as a whole, and it flows. So for those who are still here, thank you for still being here, and those who couldn't, that's fine. I hope you're listening when you can. So, if we were sort of on 8th gear before, but if we weren't, by God, we most certainly are now. So look on your screens. Whew. So there's a little story behind this. I found this, it came to me, found me maybe over 4 years ago. I found it very profound. I loved it. I really did not know what it meant, but I really considered it to be a blessing, and I loved it, loved it, loved it, beyond loved it. Not only is it beautiful, I was able to understand it energetically and religiously and on different levels, even though I really did not specifically understand what was going on with it. So, it wasn't in a folder on my computer that wasn't fully integrated. So it was a little buried after I did an upgrade on my laptop many years ago. But I moved it, I forgot, anyway, it worked with my cloud, I don't know. I did something, ended up in another folder where it shouldn't have been. I have a list of all the mantras and certain names of God, which I use, part of the 72, which I created 3 years ago. At the end of it, I put this picture. And as I was pulling the names to share with you yesterday evening, I saw this picture, which I had not thought or seen in years. And I did not take it as a coincidence. I'm like, why now? And why did I put it on these list of names back then? And is this an indication that it came back today, that I should present it with these teachings, and it's in conjunction with these mantras? So is it related? Clearly I felt it was related back then, but is it still related today? And is this something I should introduce with the mantras? I reflected, I understand what this means now, today. And I'm like, this is divine guidance. Absolutely 1,000%. This is God showing all of us and helping all of us to further our understanding. When I first saw this, I was disappointed that I had not rediscovered this image when I finished the Tree of Life. I'm like, this would have been perfect for the Tree of Life. At the end, I'm like, oh, maybe I could, edit the teaching and put it in after the fact, and people in the future will see it. I didn't like doing that. I wasn't figuring out how to reintroduce it and then slip it backwards. That's not what I do. I don't really do that unless there's a mistake in the teaching. But that's thankfully rare, very rare, thankfully. And then I thought about it more, and I'm like, this is perfect doing the mantra teachings today. And it's at just the right place. It would not have been fully right or as powerful after the Tree of Life. And it's in the perfect place at the perfect time for the perfect teaching. It re-manifested. And I'm into that. And I just feel blessed that it came and that God cared to, I know He always cares, to make sure it came. That somehow I was motivated 4 years ago to put it there, and that I found it. I have other places on my computer that actually were kind of easier to find with the list of names, but I specifically dug for that document. It has the beautiful purple type that you saw, and I remembered I did it really beautifully. So I'm like, I want to present the beauty of what I created many years ago. And there it was waiting for us. So we are going to discuss what this image means and how it applies to us, how it applies to the Tree of Life, how it applies to Jacob's Ladder, how it applies to the Merkava chariot, and how it applies to mantras, the entire path, our relationship to God, and everything, basically, that I have taught in one image. And this is the power of image. This is how images are so powerful, because when you study and learn, and then you have one image, and you know what it means, that contains a whole book of knowledge. And you know, and you look at it, it boots up right in your mind. It puts you in the right framework, on the right path. This is a divine map. And you work with it, you understand it. And right now, I have given you guys a strong, you may not realize it, what I've been teaching the last 2 months is a strong, advanced intermediate level. If not, it's advanced intermediate. This is advanced intermediate. Why it's not advanced? Because when you're in advanced, you're fully in the practice and in the living, and this is helpful, but you kind of move past this in a way, and I haven't really gotten into that aspect. There's a lot of things I haven't shared. It's advanced intermediate in relationship to those levels, but for what most people would consider advanced intermediate, it's really advanced. It's just outright advanced. It's outright the fruition aspect. And we're all ready for it because given of where we've been speaking for the last 2 months, and you have the basic knowledge to understand this. And this is really the fundamental aspect of everything, of the path, of our nature to God. How do we get there? And since now I've given you an understanding of mantra in depth, and this is what I gave today is, I'm sure there's other things I'll share, but this is what I gave today in conjunction with last week. I don't know, I think it's at least 90 to 95% of the essential mantra teachings. I literally gave you everything you need. If you never got any other instruction during your lifetime about mantra than last week's and this week's, you're going to be completely fine. It's all there. Everything you need on that understanding. But because now you have it, that was the last piece for this image. And I really wanted to include it today. So I'm so thankful to God that it just came up. And I do not take that as a coincidence. I do not take that's just it magically. No, this was meant to be. And since it came up, it's paired with this teaching. So thank you for sticking along. This is all going to be together. So we are moving on to this, actually. Let me... Alrighty. Are we ready? Let me make sure the sound's on properly. Alright. Always like to check. Perfect. Pulling up the image a little larger on my side. Alrighty. Great. So now we're all situated. So this image shows the result of the entire path. It's a human rising into light, into angelic form, something beyond his the bottom Sefirot. Remember, there's the bottom Sefirot. Well, we're already moving along to another image, but I have them all set up, so that's easy enough. So we have kingdom, and then this foundation. So kingdom would be the physical human being with the wings, more angelic. You see how he's lifting? That's moving into energy. That's foundation. He's walking up the ladder. He's ascending. See what I mean? So you have the human, there he is, and this can be a woman too, right? So he's ascending, and the wings, that's an energy. You don't see angels. It's an energy. So it's in the energetic spectrum, right? Remember, Jacob's ladder goes both up and down. The angels on the ladder, if you look at this, the citation of where it is, and I gave it to you, the angels go up the ladder and back down. That's the movement of the path. You go up, you go down. You connect up and blessings come down. So if you look, right, it's going up through the angel, through, I guess, the third eye, upwards, right? But if you see the angel's hands, sort of where the shoulders are of the man, there's a beam. Do you see it? Subtle. Into the man. So it's blessing the man and directing it through him, and you see the bottom, sort of the triangle, into his existence, into his kingdom. So there's a blessing. So the man is working, his arms are outstretched. That means he's open. He's letting go of his resistance. He is submitting his ego, what he wishes and doesn't wish, to the divine will. There is a release and a wishing to connect. And because that connection goes up, back down, like Jacob's ladder, comes the blessing into him. Do you see, the central column is a cycle of going up and down. It's not, remember, a one-way street. It is both. So this really shows it. And for me, you see the sort of X coming over his face of light. I'm sorry, I'm going to shut the window. Oh, that might be all of it. So do you see... Oh, sorry, I'm going to shut the window. So do you see the X of light? I kind of see it, it's right over the third eye. So this is the wisdom eye that reaches out. He's done a lot of work, or the blessings come in a while. So it's going out, the wisdom, the connection, divine connection through the crown chakra, which is not shown, but through the wisdom eye. The eye of God, that we can see and perceive things in a different way. And it's very interesting. The angel's head's back, so the beam seems to come out from sort of the third eye aspect. It's a divine seeing. It's a divine relationship. It's a divine frequency that transmits and receives. Yes? So this is kingdom and foundation. The first two, the two Sefirots on the bottom. Yeah, told you we're going into 8th gear. I love this. I live for this. This is why I can't get enough of learning, discovering things. I love this. It's just so beautiful. Just whoever made this is absolutely brilliant. Level of brilliance to this. It's just, there's more levels, I'm sure, and yeah, there's just so much here. All right. So we could also view the name. So this level. So we're going to attack it. There's different things. It can mean several things. So one way we could perceive the names as the rays of color. So it's the different realms. So this is going upwards. So the different ways could be the different names. Each has a different frequency, a different way of being and manifesting. And that could be seen in the different colors. But it all ends up towards God, which is, of course, the figure, and in the white circle, in the black circle, with the Hebrew letter N, none, but that we'll get into that later. But we could see it moving up, and you see it's welcomed in a heaven realm, sort of the being almost angelic, sort of there, the presence. And you see what could be seen as the sort of the commandment pellets, the two blocks of stone on which the commandments are written, possibly is maybe right there. And it's wrapped in glory, sort of God's glory and sort of the thing that's around him. You see, so it is the paths of energy, of commitment, of how you get there. And it could be different for different people, you see. But we're all moving up Jacob's ladder. We're all rising in a vibration. We're reaching, we're open to God. When we are saying a name, or we're saying a prayer, or when we're reading the Torah, or when we have a thought of something greater than ourselves, when we try to connect or something, it's a connection. We are literally outstretched, whether we realize it or not, and we're open to it. We've exposed ourselves to it. Here, this is a spiritual, religious person who is fully on the energetic path. He is walking the walk to higher levels of being and attainment. Yes, this is the path of somebody who is really on the way to connect here in this life. Not just at death moving forward, but he is going to live it. This is an Emmanuel manifestation that is further perfecting his Emmanuel as he's doing the path and walking it and practicing and putting into effect in the world and his body and his mind. We are all Emmanuels. It's just a question, how far do we get? Partly our native our ability, but also how much effort and care and desire. And do we have our arms open? God, guide me, lead me, take care of me, protect me, give me wisdom. And we're always, let me tell you, always happy to receive it. There's never been a time that I felt God did me wrong, or that what I received really wasn't for my better good, or I was really not happy to receive it and I felt I was kind of messed up. That's never happened to me. It's always perfect. What he does is always perfect with a capital P. It's timely and it's well measured. Yes, but sometimes you need to give it space. Sometimes you realize, ooh, it's a lot. I need to calm down, relax, maybe not say the name for a couple days as I process it, as the Sefirots and my chakras realign. That's wisdom. God has his part, we have ours, and we need to integrate. So do we see here? Yes? So the higher worlds could also be seen as the rings of light. That's the circles around God. Different levels of frequencies. We'll get into what it says in Hebrew shortly. The body is aligned with spirit. It's the surrender of ego, those parts of ourselves that we think are us, but really are the dirt on our cathedral wall. We identify, we think, oh, that's just the way we are. But as we clear, we realize we really were holding parts of ourselves that was not part of ourselves. And that it was a lower form of ourselves. And we were much better and something different and better and greater. And we're happy that we've polished that off. Truly, when we work with ego and we work with it on the back end, we're very happy we did that because we're lighter, we're happier, we're more connected. And on the spiritual path, we're more connected to God. So this whole image is a representation of what we're working towards. Okay? It's a picture of what happens when we speak the names with a clean heart, when we step into alignment, not for power, but for union with God. This is what happens when the majesty of God returns to us and we remember in our soul that connection, that deep connection. And we open, we surrender to that connection to our God. Arms open, the bottom figure. And then up, and then we receive the blessings which help and heal us and further connect us. And I think the wings really lift us up. There's a flight. We go up. We go up the Merkava chariot. We go up the ladder. We start living in the Shekhinah. We are now, much more than ever in our lives, living from the central column. Yes? And by the way, in case I forget, there's a place on the website where I have pictures. This afternoon, right after I finish, I will post this picture so people can download it if they would like to. You could even use it as wallpaper to your computer so you remember this and you remember the path and your relationship to God. I'm writing it down because I really feel I don't want to forget. Okay, so photograph to website and the PDF document of names. Sometimes I don't follow through on what I say, and it's because I have other things in my life, and it just gets lost a little bit. But this I want to make sure I do for you. All right, and I'm working to always try to do exactly what I say I do. I'm working on that. Okay, so it's from earth to heaven, from body to light, from using a name to the source of the name. So the using of the name would be the multicolored, the rainbow there, heading towards the source. Yeah? All right. So we're kind of ascending through divine light, through the divine current. So here's a way to see it, and we're going to work ourselves up step by step. I kind of gave a general, and we're going to view, and now we're going to really dig in. So the human at the bottom, he's the religious spiritual seeker, the one who seeks understanding and to walk the path. It's a very, very honorable path. The desire is honorable, the walking's honorable, and just having the desire, regardless of what you attain. Let me tell you that I rarely speak for God. Who am I to speak for God? But I am pretty much 100% certain He respects it, He applauds it, He approves of it, and He recognizes it. And it's a path of turning you back from your flaws and trying to do better. And that's worthy of divine. What word am I looking for? It says a lot about you. Just trying it and working towards it. It's a turning away of things and a redirecting. And honestly, that is so beautiful and powerful. And I know God, it gives Him great pleasure when people do that. And it's a beginning. We all turn away from things. Things that weigh us down, things that hold us back, pain, suffering, where we're not perfect, where we make mistakes, where we do wrong, we do things that we shouldn't do, things we know we shouldn't do, things that are on the wrong path. But we look and we're like, oh, you know what? I'm going to fix it. I'm going to work on it. Oh, I'm not perfect. Oh, I just used the name of God in vain. I got to work on that. I'm going to pray to God. I'm going to use the names in the right way. So that's cleared up. I'm going to work. I'm polishing. I'm clearing the walls of my cathedral so that beautiful, pure inner cathedral radiates out, and I'm lifted in the Shekhinah chariot, in the Merkava chariot. Yeah? So we're not perfect. But we learn how to outstretch our hands, yearning for that light. We're open. This is how sacred speech begins, with a surrender. This is how a realignment begins, with a surrender. Just saying, God, take me. God, I'm so sick of this. God, I want to be in a different place. I want to learn to do better, or I just want my life to be different, please. It's a surrender. You're ready. It's where you start. It doesn't matter where you start. It's important that you start. It's a turning away from where you were and a turning towards where you would like to go. And hopefully that's towards God. You need to get off an off-ramp, or you're changing lanes, or realize you need to upgrade your car. There's just many different things, but you make a start. You don't look at the goal, and the goal may happen quite quickly and much quicker than you think it is. You don't think you're not capable. You might be much more capable than you think you are. You just don't know yet. And remember, there's always the divine blessing. It's not only about us. This is the difference between our religion and ones that are not deistic, believing in a God. For them, it's all on them. For us, we do our work, but there's also God from His end. Do you see on the image? We go up, but look at the blessing from their hands, from the angelic figure, which is, very much could be the Merkava chariot or the Shekhinah at the very least. That enters downwards. The chariot, the Jacob's ladder goes both up and down. And as we get into the teaching, we will see the divine blessings that are in this image. It's really there. And then we're going to understand exactly what's going on. So the symbolism, the naked form, well, partially, is Wa humanity. Humanity just as it is. And the outstretched, so as it is. We come as we are, right? No pretense. We try to see ourselves accurately, without judgment, and be like, okay, this is the situation. What do I do with it? Right? Outstretched arms is spiritual longing. And we're beneath the angelic form. It's the readiness for transformation. We haven't opened our arms to something else. We're in front of it. We've positioned ourselves in this direction. And by you listening to this teaching, you are positioning yourself in this position, or at least considering it, or partially, or working towards it, or taking the pieces that work for you because you want to go to God. So you are positioned in the way that you feel you ought to be. And only you could judge that for yourself. I merely present and try to guide in certain directions and try to help, but it's for you. You're driving your car. Only you could truly know for yourself. I don't know all of you individually, so I can't be that, nor do I wish to, because only a person truly knows their own situation and what they can or can't do, or when they could do it and when they can't. And the meditation and the practice of names gives you the knowledge, awareness, and wisdom to guide you. So it's a means of self-empowerment and to make the right decisions, because there's blessings of knowledge and clarity that transcends yourselves and any offness by a subconscious or conscious minds or sense of ego. It's an accurate roadmap comes to you, accurate guidance. So the practice itself provides the guidance. Repeat this. The practices themselves provides the guidance that you need and that you seek. So you kind of need to get in the water. The water itself is going to teach you how to swim. Oh, that's so perfect. Amen. Oh, Lord. I could not have thought of that myself. Oh my God. It's so perfect. What an analogy. So the practice of prayer and of mantra itself teaches you how to do the practice in a way. How to swim and how to swim in your life. What decisions and changes and what to bring in and what to leave your life itself. So you have to make the initial move into the water. That's you presenting yourself as the human figure. He's put himself into the water, and now he's waiting for the water to show him, the divine current, the flow of the river, naturally cleans us because the river moves. Now, we can do practices that provide soap and cleansing. Mantra is a form of soap, but also mantra is just really a divine current at its form. So just by swimming in it, that divine current, we are cleansed. Oh, so I'm thinking of a stream. Let's think of it as an ocean. The ocean's got a current, but it has salt. However grimy or icky or oily we may be, or dirty, soap has a tinginess to it. It's I think it's an acid, right? You swim in the ocean, it will naturally dissolve and remove, because it also has grit, especially if you swallow the Pacific Ocean, you could really taste the salt. It will naturally cleanse your body right to the skin and purify it just by swimming in it. So just by being in the flow of the blessing, it will naturally purify you. It will naturally cleanse your cathedral, naturally cleanse your third eye, your keter, at the top of your head, your connection to God. Clear your Sefirot, align yourself, without having to necessarily balance from a psychological perspective or even having to understand what's wrong with yourself. That's an advanced mantra teaching, by the way. It naturally aligns it. Just by the fact of doing, you don't have to figure it out. You just do it. That's actually a very profound instruction that was given to me once, and it really, really helped my life. Thank you to whoever that teacher was, which I will not name. But this is it. You swim, the act of being in it will naturally help you become the swimmer. It's the initial showing up. Have to show up. This person at the base has shown up. And then it takes over. And doesn't matter how messed up our Sefirot or our lives or our chakras are. We begin where we are. We show up. We try. We do our best. Modalities, yoga, whatever, prayer, reading the Tanakh, mantras, whatever we feel called. As long as it helps us, if we're not going in the right direction, get off that road. If we feel like we're getting worse, then you need to look into that. But sometimes things get a little harder as we purify. But you have to understand and make the distinction when it's off or it's just harder because we're going through something, and then bring in the assistance if we need to work through it. Psychiatrist, psychologist, medicine, not medicine, more yoga, physical therapy, acupuncture. As we walk down the path, all elements, better diet, walking in nature so we're not overwhelmed when we are clearing regret, shame, abuse, right? But using a name, do you see how we shifted energy with the name? This is the power of mantra. I am so off my notes, it's not even funny. Do you see the power? I'm doubling back. Do you see the power of a name? So this is a mantra instruction. I think now I'm seeing why I wanted to do it all in one day. If I had done it next week, I would not be able to connect all this. I would have forgotten. It's too much. Do you see the power of a name? I'm off, I'm blah, right? It's like, I've been there a lot. We all have, right? I so dislike that feeling. I really do. And because of my particular karma, I tend to get stuck in it. It's so painful. And it's hard for me to get out. Even today, sometimes I'm just going to it for weeks. We're on the path. But then, I get clarity and I know what to do and I push through and I'm like, okay, I got to do this, this, and this. And then, within 4 days, I'm like, I'm out of it. I'm like, why didn't I do that 2 months ago? Well, I wasn't in a position to. It's just what it was. And you don't judge. You're like, oof, well, next time, let's try a little more. A little more solar, a little more discipline. Maybe tell a friend, if you ever see me like this, please encourage me to do X, Y, and Z so I don't get stuck there, right? That's wisdom. That's knowledge through experience. But we have mantra. This is the point I wish to make. Shift it. We go to our prayer. Right? Sometimes you're just not able to, but you just somehow don't get the motivation. Well, or you just can't for some reason. Well, that's the human condition, You go through periods, it's ups and downs, it's the path, Beautiful journey, sometimes painful, right? But it's quick. Because just as much you're in the muck, you could also still be connected at the same time. It's just an interesting paradox. But there's parts that, come up for further clearing, and that's what it is. And it's beautiful because when you're on the other side, you're like, wow, what a journey. Wow, I'm so much further. Thank God I went through that, because look at the difference on the other side. Right? Power of mantra. It shifts it. Well, this one came to mind, so I'm just going to say it. Abba, El Shaddai, Elohim. I don't think that's even on the chart. I'm going to need to check. No, I'm sure it's not in there. Why that one? I don't know. I felt a certain energy in my body. I've done enough, and that orientation came out. Let me see how it makes me feel. Because by me saying these things, I've pulled up the energy. So I go with it. This is a very perfect example. How do you work with it? I don't understand what I just said energetically. I'm not sure. I maybe at some point have used it. I don't remember. So let me try. Abba El Shaddai Elohim, Abba El Shaddai Elohim, Abba El Shaddai Elohim, Abba El Shaddai Elohim, Abba El Shaddai Elohim. That's very interesting. I don't know. I felt an alignment. I felt like I got some sort of information. I don't know. I've never quite encountered something like this before. I feel intuitively that it's going to unpack itself over the next couple hours. I don't know. That's really interesting. Maybe it's something that's going to help me work forward on these issues I just mentioned. So this is experimentation. It also didn't feel it shifted in my body, and it didn't quite feel right. But I went with it, and that might be a name that I'll never use again because it just didn't. It popped up, and I trust it, and I feel it was the right thing for this moment, but I didn't feel like it was something I particularly want to hold on to. I'm not going to write it down. But I trust the inclination. I didn't use my mind. I let go because I have the practice. And I just said, that's the name that came to me. And because I'm enough in the flow, I trust and I know that it was the right name for that time. And I move forward. But I've done enough work that I trust that alignment. So at the beginning, you have to assess a little more, where is this energy and its direction coming from? If you're still doing a lot of work, or if I'm very triggered and off, I'm more cautious because what energy is making this come about? It might be 80% alignment, but that 20% that's off is going to throw me off. So I might be more inclined to stick to a practice that I know works, that I know it's pure, and not go off on something that could throw me off more. Oh, that's really good mantra instruction. This is really good mantra instruction. You play it safe. When you're off, don't do what I just did. That's more advanced, and I know when I'm off and when I'm not, and I know where my abilities lie. That what I did is advanced. Be cautious. You go to where your home base is. If you've practiced several, you go to where you know is the right one for this situation. If you know what that feeling is, and each time you've gone there, you've gone to a certain one that resolves that or helps you work through it, that's the one you go to. Do not go experimenting when you need the specific thing. If you know what the antibiotic you need and you have access to it, why are you going off to something else? That is not wise. You explore when you're healthy. You explore to get an understanding of different ones. You write down the ones that work for you, and you write a little description. This is really good for this, this, and this. And you might add to the list or realize, that never did it again. That's really not what it is. And then you remove that. But then you have it. And if you try it and it's not quite lining up this time, you let it go. You move to another one. Because I found in my practice, things shift quickly. So don't fight against it. The mantras are strong enough that it should provide a relief once you've unlocked the power of and the connection to it. Like this figure, you've gone up enough that you are proficient in which one comes up, but the flow comes quickly. Don't use a name that you feel you're pushing against the current. The name's supposed to help immediately. When you dive in the ocean, you feel the freshness, you feel the relief, you feel the salt, the lightening of the load. So when you get up from your seat, you shouldn't feel worse. Now, here's a part B. When you're further along, more in the intermediate, sometimes you take a name that's a little stronger to stir things up, to kind of break through and to clear things in a deeper way that might not necessarily be coming up. Don't do that until you're further along. Do not add things. If something amps you up too much and you don't, and you're already amped, don't. And if you really don't want to be amped, then don't. There are names that will amp you up. El Shaddai is a really strong name. It's really strong. But you saw with Abba El Shaddai and Elohim El Shaddai, it evens it out. But it's a current. It's a powerful current. There's enough to do without amping it up. There's enough healing that will come up by just saying a name that makes you feel calm. Believe me, it's clearing it. Even if you don't feel anything, it's helping you along. It's lubricating your path. These names are literally lubrication. They move you up. They move you. It's often very safe and you don't even realize it. Things are just clearing. And one day you're there and you realize, oh my God, I felt that. Oh my God, I never sensed that. Oh my God, I resolved this. Oh, and you didn't even realize you were doing it. So you see, I'm pointing to things so you're open and you have an understanding, but I'm also giving the caution, the careful, and the what ifs in case. Do you see? Trying to give you the map. And that's why it's important to listen to this. Not this week. I've said a lot. Let it sink in. What you get, you get. What you don't. And you kind of trust that you got what you needed. But in a week or so, or 2 weeks, listen to it again. It's so packed full. There's a lot here. And if you feel there's a part that you need when you're doing your practice this week or in a month, he said something about that, I think vaguely. Well, part of the path is you go digging for it. Because that's maybe a guide that you feel you need. If you feel like, I really think I want to know what that is, well, part of it is walking the walk, and that's finding that peace. If only to say, oh, I didn't remember that way. It doesn't speak about that. But sometimes your subconscious mind or your practice or God is directing you to listen to that because there is something that's helpful. Or then you realize, hold on, it's not just that piece. It's everything before and after. Oh my God, the whole teaching is helpful. And then you've received, like I received that picture. like you're, wow, right on time. I needed all this. And then your practice is way forward. It could be a book in the Tanakh. It could be a teacher that he mentioned something or her years ago, and you reconnect and said, you mentioned this so many years ago. I feel could you refresh my memory oh, by the way, hey, we haven't spoken in 8 years. How have you been? Are you willing to help me with this? What did you mention? And you realize what they just dropped a kernel many years ago can now become a full tree, because now you know where to go, and you realize, oh my God, this is so helpful. And that's part of the magic of the path. You explore carefully in wisdom. You don't leave home base. Please do not leave home base. You don't know what you encounter when you get off the path. Good, bad, the ugly. And especially at the beginning, it's very hard to distinguish between them. Even when you're more advanced, some things isn't exactly what it pretends to be, and you don't know until you're in it. You think you're walking on sand, and you realize, oh, it's quicksand. So this is complete. This religion is complete. This Abrahamic religion and the things that derive from it is complete. We have our source in the Tanakh. It has everything we need. I do not say this lightly. I am not a religious fanatic, though I am, but I'm not. I would not say this unless it were true through my experience. And I've studied a lot and I've experienced a lot. I would not come back to this if I did not truly believe it is complete. Nor would I teach that. That would be so not proper of me. It would be out of alignment. So I hope people take that at face value, because you have to have that confidence. And you work within this paradigm of teachings, because when you open and surrender, you're opening and surrendering to that thing. The picture has that. This is it. This is the paradigm I work from. This is the paradigm of all my teachings, and it will be the paradigm of every single teaching until I'm no longer here. This is home base for me. So, and when you do the mantra, that's what you're aligning to. Even if you're not certain and you have half the foot in the water, half the other way, that's fine. Try it. See how it feels to you. And then see whether you want to go in further, how you feel called, and maybe you're very happy you tried. You know, if you want to ride the bike, you got to try and see if you like it. Angelic form, the aligned self. As we align with sacred speech and the divine names, something changes in us. We become vessels for light. The ego, as I've defined, I think, twice before, begins to fall away. And you could also Google it, but make sure you get a spiritual definition. There's aspects of ego definition I don't like at all. It's not, just stick with my definition. I'm very careful with defined terms. We are held by wings, not our own, but the wings of alignment. Yes, the Shekhinah, the chariot. The chariot, by the way, is guided by God. The Shekhinah is God's energetic manifestation. And there's a current, just like there's a current through the names of God. I would say the currents of the names of God is part of the chariot, is the Shekhinah reaching out to us in certain different frequencies. And that's profound. So the spine is upright. That means the central channel in the Kundalini, the central column in the tree of life is aligned. The body is transparent, becoming more transparent. That means the ego has softened. The light is flowing, and the person is more open to frequencies that are less solid. We are moving into more foundation. Doesn't mean we leave this world, doesn't mean we disappear in pure light and we're going to dissolve and be gone. That's not what this means. It means the density of ourselves is being reduced. That's stuckness. We're relating more with the inner cathedral as we relate to a purified foundation. See, the purified foundation is in the central column. If you look on your computer, I have the tree of life back up. It's not to the left or to the right. It's in its full alignment. It's, do you see the channel going from the left to the right, the sort of orangish and then the purple on the other side? It's in the alignment. It's on the path up to Keter, crown, and then the Ein Sof, the elements on the Or Ein Sof, the elements of God above, sort of the lettering you could barely see, right? So it's the transcendence, the sort of transparency is the movement to a connection to higher frequencies. Our frequencies are not as much earthbound and solid into our body. It reaches up. The chariot is going up. The ladder is moving up. We are receiving that blessing. It's meeting us where we are, and it's increasing us up. That's the sense of being transparent. We're less dense. We've worked through our things. We're less held back from our divine inheritance. See how profound just one teaching is? And we're still on the bottom part. Wait till you see the rest. The rest just really kicks it in. It's just, anyway, we'll get there. All right, we're getting there. Another break. This might be the longest teaching I've ever given, but I think you could understand why I don't stop. Because I've taught what I said in the morning, I'm able to relate to it because it's all there and I could still relate to it. If I taught about it next week, it's not going to flow this way. And I feel the teaching will end up being disjointed. Now it's unified. So I hope you'll stick with me. If you can't, you can't. That's perfectly fine. I hope you'll pick up where you left off. But can we do 5 minutes? Is that okay? 6 minutes? So we'll move forward. Yeah. So let's do 6 minutes. 11:23 California time. All right. See you all soon. Okay. So look, if you're hungry, feel free to eat while you're listening. Kick back, relax, be comfortable, huh? My food is a little too hot, so in about 5 minutes, I'm going to take a couple-minute break so I could quickly eat. I don't want to get lightheaded and misspeak, so I want my full mind engaged, and so I'm going to need to feed it. Alrighty. Okay, so the low figure represents the human being. Let me make sure the great. Sounds coming through. So the human being reaching up and yearning. The angelic beings with wings is the Shekinah in form, descending to meet us, but also lifting us up into alignment. The pillars of light that flows up through the rainbow prism is the visual representation of the Shekinah as the link. The living ladder between earth and heaven, body and spirit, self and source. The Shekinah, the living ladder between earth and heaven, body and spirit, self and source. Like Jacob's ladder, right? The rainbows, we're moving up now, is the 7 ruachot, spirits. From the book of Isaiah, chapter 11, verse 2. We'll get there one moment. It represents wisdom, understanding, counsel, might, knowledge, awe, and the spirit of Yahweh. And the Shekinah channels these qualities from above us into us. So now we are from the top down. These are the blessings of the chariot of Jacob's ladder coming down to us. So we reach up, right? We receive blessings. And in the end, you see the hands coming into us. The blessings are in these 7, represented in these 7 colors in the rainbow. The rainbow has 7 colors. Here they are 7. Okay, this is profound. So the Shekinah is the living gate. The rainbow is the transmission. And the human being is the vessel that rises and receives when she is received. The she refers to the Shekinah. Tends to be viewed as the feminine. Okay. So it's what comes down Jacob's ladder, which heals us, causes us to rise up the ladder as we reach in a deeper way, moving up, and it comes down. It is a cycle of up and down, reaching, learning, offering, submitting, praise, prayers, connecting, our effort, our desire, our wishing to connect in deeper ways, and the blessing of divinity, of Yahweh, of God, of Hashem, of Adonai, of Elohim, of Abba, of Emmanuel, coming into us. The Shekinah coming in and then lifting us up and guiding us to ever blessings, greater blessings. Yes? So the Shekinah is the living gate. The rainbow is the transmission, and the human being is the vessel that rises up when we receive the Shekhinah. The ring of the words in Hebrew on the circle. Hebrew is read from left to right. Okay, so on the right to left. So start on the bottom right. As I say it, well, I can't say it in Hebrew, but up and around, okay? Translation, this is directly from Isaiah chapter 12, verse 2. And the Spirit of Yahweh will rest upon him, the Spirit of wisdom and understanding, the Spirit of counsel and might, the Spirit of knowledge and the fear of Yahweh. Let me say it again. This is kind of the central crux of what's going on here, and the rainbows are linked to this. Remember, Prophet Isaiah was a prophet, and one of the greatest, if not the greatest prophet that there ever was. He's like the gold standard of prophets. He's a thing, okay? There were many prophets. This was a major transmission he received. And the Spirit of Yahweh will rest upon him, the Spirit of wisdom and understanding, the Spirit of counsel and might, the Spirit of knowledge and the fear of Yahweh. So the names, the words on the rainbow is the description of what God pours into the world. These are not metaphors. These are the flow from God into the tree of life itself. The tree of life could be our world, what God flows into our world, but flows personally on our individual paths into the tree of our body, into our Sefirot, and into our chakras. So what people don't understand, if we go to the Kundalini aspect, I've explained how the Sefirot go up and down many times. We got that. The chakras going up, which I'll explain in the future in a couple of weeks, it not just goes up, it also comes back down. So we clear to go up to connect with God above, a golden 24-karat gold chakra that's above our heads. I feel it as directly above my head. So I don't really go for a lot of the different models that are out there. This is from my experience, right? But then the blessing comes back down. The crown and the third eye receive that ability to see beyond. That's from down. That's from down, coming down. It's divine seeing, higher frequency seeing. So that's a blessing, not so much from up. We clear it, but that's a blessing of what's coming down. And it aligns our throat and our heart, solar plexus, and the lower chakras into a divine manifestation of these. It's not that the lower chakras are bad. Living in it and out of alignment is very bad. But you live in it in alignment is what God wants. So there's always heart, right? Heart chakra, wisdom, third eye, in alignment with God, crown above, third eye, with heart. Then you manifest in the world property. Third, second chakra. And you're blessed with alignment and the flow of life, free of blockages and the maladjustments and what can happen with an imbalance. First chakra. Do you see? It's the up and it's the down. The tree of life, the up and the down. You see, you align, then you're in the flow. One is the very energetic core of ourselves, like literally the technology that moves our body, the nerves, the shift of energy, the holding of karma in our bones. I've spoken about that, right? How it works, right? I'll get more into that in the future. And then you have the tree of life, how it works to our emotions, our energy, our thoughts, the imbalances of the masculine and the feminine, which are all embedded like in the chakras at different levels, and our imbalances of the left and right channels in the body, they overlap to a certain extent. It's just at the level we're at. So the rainbow rays brings in the blessings that take all of that into alignment. The Sefirot and below, the nadis and the movement of energy, the chakras, the kundalini, the masculine and the left channels. That's the energetic foundation of our body from a more physical perspective, which the tree of life does not really kind of address, but it's what's below that. It's like the veins in the tree. This rainbow light fixes all of that and lines us up. It's the core of the blessing of the Shekhinah and the chariot that moves us further up Jacob's ladder. Yes? Let's take a quick pause as I eat a little bit of this, and I'll be back just in a couple minutes. I don't want to get lightheaded and then I, kind of get off script. Well, off alignment. So, one moment. All right, I am back. So, me eating quickly a little food had wisdom in it, because I was doing what was necessary for my body to remain in alignment. Had I not eaten, probably in about 10, 15, 20 minutes, I would have been out of alignment because I would have been lightheaded and slightly hypoglycemic. So, in our lives, we notice, hopefully with time, what gets us out of alignment, and we correct it before it becomes a thing. Because when it becomes a thing, sometimes it's kind of hard to be in alignment. Or we do things that throws us off. I misspeak, don't catch it. Then people get confused or off, and then I have to correct it next week. But then those people might not be listening next week. So it's important to try to gauge throughout your day what you need to do or not do. Take that break or push a little more to maintain an alignment in your day. It's a dance of awareness and accepting where you are, and be removed from your desires enough to accurately see what should optimally be done. And our practice helps us do that. Yes? Okay. All right, the rainbow light, the rainbow rays. So they represent the 7 spirits, attributes of, well, he used the name Yahweh in this thing, so Yadveh Rahe, or Yahweh, the main name of God in the Bible. So it's the 7 rainbow elements. So it's the rainbow elements in the image drawn from Isaiah chapter 11, verse 2. So it represents the entire range, the complete spectrum of divine empowerment. It's what we receive from God. It's the blessing of the Shekhinah. It's the divine chariot that we learn to ride on, or at least radiate to. And if one fully receives that spectrum and truly rests, it ends up resting completely on those who are truly and fully anointed by Yahweh. And so that would be considered to be what I say, a full Emmanuel. So this is 7 Ruashot, winds, spirits, emanations, blessings, form a complete divine toolkit, the complete blessing. Nothing is missing. Each ray, like I mentioned, contributes to the source which we seek. And they're considered in several different traditions as spiritual qualities that descend into the soul. These are not just concepts, they're living energy. And so when you speak the divine names, these are the qualities that you're inviting into yourself. This is the spiritual architecture. And as well, you're inviting the blessings and the anointing to a certain extent, and all the positive qualities of God into you. And these are like energetic chakras of divine mind and will poured into the vessel of those who open itself to it. Hence the figure with the arms outstretched and open, submitting, receptive So in this paradigm, we're seeing the person as more of the female aspect, open and receiving, and God, well, being God, is transmitting the divine blessing, the more masculine emanation. You see, helping us growing, and our effort in turn is the masculine going up, the changes, our desire, our movement, our effort to connect. And God receives that and honors it by blessing us. Hence the upwards and downwards movement on Jacob's ladder. Yeah? I've mentioned Jacob's ladder so many times. Let me see if I quickly can find the picture of that. It's here. I think I had it at some point. If I don't see it immediately, that's that. It's literally just a ladder, and you see angels on the side moving up and down. So there we are. And then God on top. It's a vision he had. Look at the previous teaching 5-6 weeks ago. I discussed it. So these aren't just concepts. This is not a concept. This is a living energy. It's a spiritual architecture. So let's go through them. So, Ruach. This is the spirit of Yadveh, the spirit of Yahweh himself. That's the central area, sort of looking like the N. It's the divine presence, the pure awareness, the breath of God moving through you. It's the figurine here, there. You see it's emanating. It's not the N, I'm sorry. You see the figurine? It's emanating, that's God emanating. The divine emanation of energy is emanating these qualities that's in the rainbow. Do you see? Okay. There's another level to this that I'm going to get into, but not completely. I don't want us to get too much into tangent. I'm not going to go into the Or Ein Sof, and I'm not in the Ein Sof. I'm not going to go into that. But here is where we are, right? So we're in a manifested aspect in this. So the red, it's wisdom. It's Chokmah. This is Kabbalah. So we're in the tree of life here. Wisdom, right? So it's the first Sefirot 2. So the first one was like Keter. So that's the top. So we're on I don't have the chart in front of me. I want to keep on this image. But the wisdom is on the first one on the right. Right? So the right is so we're on the right. More spacious. Wisdom. It's seeing beyond appearances. The flash of divine insight, often beyond words. And it's a pattern of recognition from above. You see wisdom that transcends human intellect. It's a reception of something that's more expansive, that's very wise, right? So that's balanced, right? According to our Tree of Life tradition, by Bina, understanding. That's the orange. That's on the left, directly across from the wisdom. All right, I'm just going to quickly flash. Oh, it was up. See? It was meant to be this way. Oh, it's stayed up. Ha! Well, now you're seeing it, right? So it's 2 and 3. I'm sorry. I thought the chariot was up. Wrong one was up. Here we are. So sorry. See if I don't think I'll have time to correct it for the 3 o'clock. It takes too long for my computer to compress it. It's a bit old, so I'm going to, for the final version, I'm going to adjust. I'm writing myself a note. I want this to be perfect. All right, so we see what I'm talking about. There's the red. There's the orange. Yes? All right. So then the Bima understanding on the right, on the left. Structure, integration, comprehension, right? This is the tree of life. The ability to make use of what wisdom reveals, often more masculine. It's the processing of the wisdom. So counsel, yellow, it's a divine strategy, timing, knowing what to say or do, prophetic clarity, judgment without pride, what is the right way right now. So do you see? So these are the divine qualities of the Sefirot that are in alignment. Right? Because we're now working through the central column. Energy is moving up because it's an alignment. The blessing is we're receiving all the graces and knowledge and blessings that lines up our Sefirots so they're perfected and cleansed. So we are in alignment. So we're reaching up with our work, and what's coming down is the blessings and the energetic alignment, which puts our Sefirots in better alignment. So it's the chariot coming down, it's going down Jacob's ladder, which in turn reinforces our moving up to higher levels, which in turn causes us to be able to access greater blessings and clearing of our Sefirots. And that's by the nature of practice. And using the divine names of God literally uses energy to clear blocks, to move energy, so energetic blessings come down, but they're also embedded in the name itself. So we're literally saying one name which contains all these blessings. So a name of God contains all these blessings which are manifested in the rainbow. So we're literally saying it within ourselves, blessing us, but our energy rises, which better attunes to God, which better gives us access to these blessings that we have greater access to. Do you see at the different levels this is all working? You see why this is such a profound practice and how it works in this way and really moves us along in a very direct, quicker way than I think any other form of practice, because it's literally meeting energy, divine energy, consciousness with our intent and the use of the names, which align ourselves, shows that we've taken refuge in God and His name, because they're literally God, energy, and in the blessings of the path. See the levels here? So, Guruva, green, strength, courage, the power to act, the spiritual fire to defend truth or walk through hardship. Yeah, sometimes, we need that strict spine and the effort to push through, to persevere when things get tough, right? It also includes restraint when needed. Power under divine control. You know not when to push through. You know when it's better to keep your mouth shut and not necessarily defend truth. But it doesn't mean you necessarily tell a lie either. You learn how to balance and have that divine guidance. And you just know it. You know what to do. You're no longer confused in this cloud of doubt or unknowing. In your core, you'll be able to hear that voice of the Shekhinah, that voice of God, and you're able to resonate, and you just innately know what balance. And with practice, you grow in confidence that it's accurate, that you're not your subconscious mind, that you are in the flow, in the slipstream, that I like to call it, in the central channel, central column, and the wisdom is flowing from above, giving you the guidance to know how much Guruva, in what way it needs to manifest. Counsel, the right understanding, the correct understanding, Bina, governs how you manifest in Guruva. Do you see? All the Sefirot, which used to be unbalanced, are now in balance. To your personality, where you are, what your life looks like. So depending on who you are, what your life is, the counsel will be specific to where you are. It's your Sefirot, it's your universe, it's your life. And so it will be always gauged to you and where you are, because it's helping you where you are and guiding you to a better way of being. Right? Da'at, knowledge, blue. Intimacy, conscious awareness of the divine, fusion of experience and revelation. It's the bridge between the upper and lower Sefirots of the Tree of Life. It's not normally shown on the chart. Quickly, I don't have it up. It's considered the secret Sefirot. It's not. Let me show you. It was once on the chart. I want to show you real fast. Might as well make this complete. I didn't realize this would be a whole thing on the Tree of Life, but happy to do it. It's really. Yeah, see, it's in the dotted line. It's normally known as the hidden Sefirot. I touched on it briefly. Okay, so now we're going back. All right. So it's the conscious awareness of the divine, fusion of experience and revelation. So it has wisdom and understanding above it. That's the three. Keter, wisdom and understanding. That's the three above. And this is where, in Dot, you notice the other one are more active in our world. When you start putting into action. Yes. So that's the difference between the upper, and then the lower. And then it all goes into foundation, which gives rise to our earth. Yeah? The violet. It's called fear, awe of Yahweh. It's humility, reverence, and the utter surrender of ego. You work up to it. You just don't jump in. It happens with time. You get the comfort that you're not going to get messed up, and the fear of letting go of your resistance and opening yourself up to God is lessened. And you realize the water is safe and it feels good. And so with time, you progressively let go of your grip on what you would like to be, not be, what you would like to do, and realize that you wish to get into alignment, and you realize that God's alignment does not erase you. It just makes you the best version of the person you always were deep inside, and what optimally you would like to become, and what God would like you to become in this life. So there is no fear, as in terror, but a radiant trembling in the face of holiness. You are there, and you recognize what it is. So it's meant to, so it's not so much fear, it's what happens when you come standing before something so vast and pure and utterly beyond ourselves and our concepts. It's our whole being and energy that begins to quiver, move with awareness and surrender. You begin to perceive God in a deeper way, and you realize how small you feel in comparison to that, but yet you are seen and loved and cherished. You tend to have an awe of God. And it sort of opens the gates to a deeper love. And you stand in humility and you receive. And living in that more and more, that makes you sort of it makes you safe to carry the divine blessings that you've received, because you have the right orientation and sacredness to understand it properly, and the cleanliness to manifest the blessings properly. You've gone through the ladder and you receive according to what you can do and understand and manifest. And that in turn helps you further move along and receive further blessings. And as you move along, you are inherently a trustworthy manifestation of that, according to what level you are on the path, what level of an Emmanuel you are and becoming. It's sort of the path, how evolved and where you are. What frequency are you radiating? So these are considered to be the 7 full expressions of the divine spirit that rest upon the soul. So if one lives in alignment with all 7, it can be considered a prophet, a priest, a mystic, a very high-level teacher. And there's levels of that. You could be also an ordinary being who's the checkout person at the corner grocery store, but is living in that reality but they choose to be there and pray at home or just be that presence there, and that's their calling. You don't necessarily know. And it's in keeping of who you are innately. So it's not making you into something that you're not. It's not the erasement of who you are. It's literally what your alignment was when you were born. And then things got in the way, and you got in the way, and the hopes and fears, desires of others, the imposition of others, what people made you think a certain way, all that sort of okayed and made whole and resolved and purified. And so this map, clearly, as I've mentioned, is literally directly linked to the tree of life, the menorah, teaching on the seven heavens, the chariot, Merkava, and the rainbow covenant of Noah. It's literally a blueprint of divine transmission. So if you've ever wondered what it means to walk in the fullness of God, this is it. It's the aligned Sefirot. These seven are not just pretty rainbows or nice talk and teachings or decorations. It's literally how it functions. So these are really the spiritual technology that Hashem, Adonai, Yahweh, Elohim, Abba, Emmanuel uses to allow a person to become a vessel and or depend, whatever their path is. Well, else, it's interesting to become ever greater children of God, sons and daughters, and to live more and more in that birthright. And so through mantra, prayer, study, alignment, and surrender, these qualities begin to awaken in us naturally. It happens. It just, the nature of the movement up, these things just naturally happen, whether we're aware of it or not. So the middle part, above the head. So the black ring, I'm just trying to go through this quickly. I want to completely give this teaching. It's considered to be, the letter is Nun, and it's kind of like a hidden womb, W-O-M-B. It's womb is where a child is born inside the mother's stomach, yes? So, and it sort of surrounds God at its center. And this letter is often worn or displayed as a sort of symbolic, mystical art because it represents the soul's descent and potential rebirth. And it holds the seed of salvation. It symbolizes both falling and rising, death and resurrection. And it's a powerful, humbling force. It really kind of symbolizes the path. It's sort of a surrendering to God. It's a very powerful symbol. It's a downward reaching of energy from God, downward to us from the unknown, something that we cannot quantify or understand or even necessarily feel. It hints at a divine mystery and potential that really cannot be grasped or spoken. It can also be seen as the hidden flow of the divine. It's the part of the path where the voice is stilled and only a presence remains. It carries the vibration of humility and concealment. And in that sense, it reflects the space where God hides, where God is above. Because if God had that energy here, our dimension would kind of dissolve. He's pulled back to give us space for our lives and for creation. So this is kind of, it reflects that space where God is and pulled back into, so we are able to have our existence. It's really beyond name and sound, which is why there's just a symbol as to what it represents. And, the Nun often means hidden or concealed. This is sort of the understanding that I have. The previous understanding, to be honest, I didn't quite fully understand. And if I had caught that in my notes, I might have just removed. This is really what I saw in it. This part that I'm mentioning just, in the last couple minutes. It's the unknowable mystery of God. The silence before speech and the beyond understanding. It's the sort of pre-emanation zone. God before God is revealed. Does that make sense? That is what I always saw in that symbol. That's what I always saw in that. So the other one I mentioned was a definition. And, I really don't know whether it's here or there to be possible, but I'm glad I offered it because this kind of shows things you find. I'm sure it's accurate, but they don't speak to me. And honestly, my brain just kind of blanks on it. This last part, however, I find extremely profound and makes sense to me and puts the whole chart into context. See, this is the critical analysis of the mind. Do you see? We receive wisdom and then it's the discernment. Well, this is where my flow is, and this is where I'm latching on, and I don't know about that. I really don't know what to think about the previous thing. This, I do know what to think. And it actually makes sense in light of this chart, because it's the emanation, and then we're going to get to the other layers, and then we get to the manifestation of the rainbows and how it moves down. So this is literally the source. This is ground zero from which everything in this picture emanates. Without that, it wouldn't be complete. Clearly, it would be inherent. There has to be something at the core, right? But it's even beyond the core because it's kind of removed from our space. But it's even hard for me to speak about. It's an unknowing. I'm pointing at it, and I feel like I'm going to misconstrue it by putting words to it. It's an understanding. I wish I could transmit my understanding. It's beyond words, and I'm not going to try. That would be a mistake. But even if the N wasn't there, the Nun, it would be implied in the chart. But I'm glad that it's explicitly there, because the chart is then complete. It has everything in it. It's the unknowable mystery of God. And literally is beyond speech and beyond understanding. You really cannot understand the expansive nature of God. Our minds can't conceive of it. We really couldn't. Honestly, if people got too close, I honestly think they would have a stroke. It's too expansive for our minds to handle that energy. Something would go haywire in our minds. It's not meant for us. But we have so many manifestations and energies, if I discussed it through the Sefirot and through everything that we can relate to. We can feel that energy of the Shekhinah. We can feel the Mokover chariot. Yes, we can. We can. And those are the aspects we can relate to, not the aspect that has pulled back in order to create the space for us to have a more finite existence. We're still in relation, but it's pulled back. Otherwise, we couldn't exist in the way we do in relationship to it. Make sense? It's where the divine is not yet made visible. It's okay. The right wing. It's the light of pure essence. It's Keter, top Sefirot. It's the crown. It's pure, colorless light that holds all the other colors within it. It signifies divine will, divine manifestation, untouched by form or desire. The purest form of light, of white, is not white. It's a blinding light that contains all the colors. So if you take a prism, a crystal prism, you put it in the sun, right? The clear white light of the sun, yes, it's more yellowish, possibly, but you put that clear light through the prism, all the rainbows, colors come out through it. That's what's being discussed here. So it's considered white light, but it's not the color white. That makes sense. The color light white would be something that comes through the prism. Okay? So this is the first flash of light, of energy from the hidden source. It's God's intent to emanate. The moment something becomes from nothing, it is something, but it's not something, it's beyond something, but it's not, that's a whole teaching. I'm not going into that. It comes from the nun. There's something that it's not even coming from the nun. I'm not even going into this. But do you see how the challenge of describing it? Because you're literally misconstruing. I would have to give it a lot more thought on how to put it in the proper way. But the white is literally the pure essence of Keter. And the yellow is the two sides of the Sefirot that manifest wisdom. It's the flash of insight, correct? And understanding. And so this is just wisdom is the yellow. I was combining the two. So it's Chokmah, the Sefirah of wisdom, and it's the first point of true creation, a flash, raw flash of divine knowing, like lightning or intuition. It's the masculine. It's sort of the active manifestation from which everything will flow. It's the inspiration. It's where the unknowable begins to become known. And then the orange, the last one, is understanding. I'm sorry, I wonder if they're flipped. One moment, please. I'm going to make sure I get this right. All right, why don't we take a break here? I need to look into this a little more. I don't want to say anything that's a little off. So I think it's a good point for people to take a break. Let's give like 7, 8 minutes, and then we're going to finish this up. Thank you so much. So I think people have a couple more minutes. I hope you all enjoying this. So what I have written is correct, but there was something that was off. And I should have just gone with my instinct to push through. And I couldn't quite analyze it while you were all waiting. And I needed that space to kind of calm down since I'm a little tired. Just take that breathe and look at the chart and realize it was correct. But I wanted it to be accurate. So I took that pause just to ensure it was. My instinct is it was, but there was a little something that was off and put that kernel of doubt, and it was enough for me to just take a moment. So I appreciate it. So I think people have a minute or two left. I hope this is of benefit to everyone. This is very, very profound. I have deep gratitude for this wonderful teaching that's been passed down through the ages, and Prophet Isaiah's mystical vision. This is so helpful, and really is really the fruition of the Tree of Life teaching, because it really explains the Sefirots in their purity, which at the core is what we are, and at the core, that is the wall of our cathedral. All right. So, orange ring, understanding. It's the Sefirah Bina, the Sefirah of understanding. It's the father, masculine. It's where the flash of insight from Chokmah is received, developed, and given structure. It's the beginning of form, judgment, discernment, ability to define. It's the application of the wisdom, the use of the mind, the understanding of the flash. Yes, it's the application. It's the movement. It's the direction we direct ourselves towards energetically. So it's where the divine light becomes language, concept, and structure. The mysteries of God begin to take shape. And so they could eventually be shared, like this picture. So this is the top three Sefirots. The white, the orange, the white, yellow, and orange. It's the top three. It's the upper triad. And they represent the divine intellect. They're more hidden, more subtle, and they're closer to the pure emanation, which is represented by Nun, the black circle. So we have Keter, divine will, pure potential. Chokmah, wisdom, the flash of divine insight. And Bina, understanding, the shaping and channeling of that insight. They have the lower 7 Sefirots, which are the ones that manifest outward into creation. These are their motive and action-based aspects of God. But you also see how they're also the aspects of ourselves. Right? So Bina would be the channeling, and if you go from the divine point of view, Bina, understanding, is the shaping and channeling of sort of God, direction of the Sefirots through our body in its perfected form. I think that's correct. I'm a little tired at this point, but I think you get the idea. So the lower Sefirot is how these are manifested outward into creation and into our lives and our personal tree. So before it even gets to the 7 rainbow spirits of God, it passed through like the 4 inner veils, the mystery of the hidden, the N, the Nun, the blinding flash of will, the insight of wisdom, and the womb of understanding. These are sort of the thresholds that we have to sort of go through as we approach the presence with a capital P, but it's also the emanation from God's end into the 7 rainbow spirits of God. So do you see, there's a both. There's a going up and there's also the coming down. Yes? It's Jacob's ladder. So as one recites a mantra, we are emanating, and it's the ascension to connection, and the mantra emanates the blessings. And so that's like the descending of the Shekhinah and of the 7 rainbow lights, which, as I mentioned, are certain qualities of the perfected Sefirot. And it's a channel of transmission, of vision, an intimacy with God. And it's literally the energy that flows between heaven and earth, between God and ourselves. And so by reciting a mantra, and I'm linking it back here, and moving a little bit away from this paradigm because I've explained it. So now we're going to step back from the details into the larger picture, which is always important because that's what we're really working. This is an instrument. This picture, you look at it, this design, this sacred design, really something extremely profound, is something to help guide us. It's not to dig into every detail and nuance. You get it. You get the gist, right? We've all gotten the gist of what it is, right? So we step back, and by just glancing at it, we see what it is, right? And this is what it is. Reciting a mantra, because we're linked with discussing mantra, makes us the ladder. Our body becomes the orientation, the axis. Our breath and the movement of the use of the mantra and its vibration becomes the movement. And our consciousness becomes the gate. We reach, like this person here, up through the angel, ourselves, up to God. So our form of consciousness, which transcends death, links with God, and we have that communication. Our body becomes the vertical alignment like a tree, like a ladder. Our spine, which connects heaven and earth. Our spine is where the Kundalini channel is. It literally connects earth, the first chakra between our legs, and heaven, a crown and above. Do you see how this works? And as I've been describing many times, that alignment is the central column in the tree of life. Earth, kingdom, heaven, Keter and above. Do you see? And the breath and the vibration, the motion, the prayer is the ascension and descension between these inner realms. And our consciousness, cleansed and focused, like we see the angel here and the man, I guess, leading to that higher, more transcendent state of the man. So I would really say that angelic figure is the man in a purified energetic form, which becomes the gate to God. It becomes the gate and becoming part of the Merkava chariot. The whole thing is riding the Merkava chariot. It's to what extent you're on it. It's the movement and the riding and the alignment with God. And God, as you are more and more on it, guides you, that inner knowing, that inner alignment with God, and it becomes part of you. It becomes something. It becomes greater than who you are. And that you begin to understand what is meant by this picture that I showed a while back. That is our birthright, my friends. That, if you place over this planet, is Eden. The river is the river of life. See how profound this picture is? Our Sefirot, right? When they're aligned, when they're literally the manifestation of the 7 rainbow lights, right? The 7, I'm getting into the Merkava chariot in a moment, is this. That's a tree of life in a different form. And when that's aligned, well, we'll move on to that in a minute. I want to get ahead of ourselves here. We're almost done. So we become a portal through which the divine enters and through which we rise to meet the divine. And so in Jacob's ladder, it's mentioned that it's really none other than the house of God, and this is the gate of heaven. And we could see Jacob's body as the living temple, and the ladder as the spine or soul path. And the Merkava chariot is the structure of the 7 rainbow rings. The 7 spirits from Isaiah 11, chapter 12, form the chariot wheels that move us and our souls. This is not quite the Merkava chariot, but it symbolizes. I couldn't quite get the full thing, but I think this sort of gives an idea. So this reflects, so the Ezekiel's Merkava chariot reflects the 7 spirits from Isaiah. And Ezekiel does have that rainbow imagery. He describes that there's an appearance of a rainbow, of a bow that is in the cloud on the day of rain. This surrounds the throne, which is on the chariot, linking the divine presence to the rainbow. And so the 7 ruachot, spirits, are seen as the emanation of divine wisdom. The 7 colors of rings in the rainbow, like Ezekiel's vision of the ladder, are often linked together. And so the 7 lower Sefirot and the 7 Sefirot are also linked. So they're really all seen as the as sort of the 7 wisdoms radiating from Keter through the Shekhinah and into our souls. And so when we're fully activated, we become like Ezekiel's chariot. We are directed as in our alignment. And the alignment is in accordance with God, with Hashem, with Adonai. We move in every direction without turning. We just naturally move there. And we become the embodiment of God's throne here if we're fully protected, because we are carrying the manifestation and the alignment of God's energy in its full manifestation as Emmanuel. And so when we align with these 7 inner powers, our field becomes the Merkava. So we're just not ascending, we literally carry the presence with a capital P through the world. To the extent that we're capable, depending on how our Sefirots are in alignment with God. And a full presence would be a full Emmanuel. Not all the prophets were at the same level of attainment. Not all teachers are the same level. There's differences. And yet, they all are able to teach. They're all able to present something. We all carry something that's worthy and something that's special and sacred when we're in our alignment. And so we do the best we can, and we try to manifest as purely as we can. And that's the path. This is the attainment. This is the fruition. This is the end goal, right? We may never attain it. It's not particularly necessary we do. Very few will fully attain it. But it's the trying of doing better aligns us with God. It's the movement of the path that aligns us with God. It's trying to develop the skills. It's trying to master being a proper horseman on our horse. And now we're seeing exactly what's above the head there. Now this fully makes sense, doesn't it? That's our alignment. It could also be our best alignment. It's the alignment we currently have. And we try to work with what we have to the best extent we can. And we manage the direction of our lives. And what we do, don't do, think or don't. That's the reins to the horse, and we maneuver that by our decisions to the best way we can. And the full manifestation and perfection of it is a complete Emmanuel, and then it's complete mastery of the horseman on the horse, and it completely becomes the Merkava chariot in full alignment with God. Yes? So the Merkava is the vehicle that we ride as we integrate with the 7 purified Sefirots. And so when we hear the call to get closer to Yahweh, when we walk the path, in this example, we recite the sacred names, we align our breath, our focus, our concentration, we manifest the energy. That's the ascent. It's the reaching out to heaven from earth. And just like Jacob, we may not yet understand or have a sense of where we're fully going energetically, though I've described it. But we have a feeling at our core that surely God is in the place that we're headed to. We may just not sense it yet. And if one has not had access to these teachings, we may not know it yet at all. But we have the sense at our core that it's in the right direction. And as we walk it, it's unveiled to us. We know it. We don't need to be convinced or shown. We don't need to have any sort of validation from anyone else, because we live it. We know it. It's wisdom that we have received and understood and processed. And that's unshakable faith, because it's no longer faith. It's faith and trust that's been verified. And then it becomes truth with a capital T that we know with a capital K. Yes. And so the chariot is the full empowerment. When we are fully embodied in the names, when the seven spirits of the embodied by the rainbow is purified, when we're no longer climbing, but it's living with us, a person becomes a Merkava, a chariot of Yahweh's presence here. In the eyes, we become eyes of perception, divine perception, wheels of protection, wings of divine movement, and a throne of light. It's not just an experience of God. One begins to hold God in this world, manifest God in this world in ever greater ways. And as we do an act of mercy, an act of compassion, an act of skillful decision, of wisdom, orienting something, reorienting something, doing something right, or repairing something that was done wrong, we are realigning this world. It's tukuanam, because we've tikkud ourselves. We're repairing ourselves. Therefore, as we walk our life, what we do is naturally a reflection of something that's correct. And that force emanates onto this planet and does have a measurable effect. Whether we think it's too small, and it may be small, but we don't know what the effect that could have on someone's life. I had one person, sometimes we all could think of a couple people who just said a couple things randomly and it's totally changed our life. Or we went to one place and heard one song and that's changed our whole path and we aligned with it in a good way. We don't know the effect we have on others. So we always try to be the best possible self. We always try to learn the purest thing we can. So we align ourselves with those thoughts and our energies and our actions. So we could better become a whole proper manifestation on this planet and walk this life the best way we can, with love of God in our heart, with the desire to do good in our actions, and that desire is aligned with the understanding and wisdom. So it's properly applied and acted upon. It's not just, a lot of people desire to do good, but it's all messed up. It's having that understanding of and desire to do good, but that action of doing good is actually the right action for that moment, and therefore has a proper effect. This is all about being in alignment, living in the central column, living in the central Kundalini channel, living and holding, riding that Merkava chariot, which is controlled by God. Our instincts are in alignment, and we're very happy because that is our true self. We feel the most of ourselves. Life becomes magical, interesting, full of color. We are healed, and therefore our manifestation is naturally healing. It's naturally purifying. It's naturally making a positive change for us around us. By doing the work, we are doing a small part. And if everybody does a small part in the right direction, slowly our society changes, and then our world changes in the right direction. At least we put that momentum in that direction. Whether it shifts everything else, well, it does what it does. It's a complex situation here. But at least our life is oriented to ever-increasing frequencies. And therefore, we're heading home to God. And what this teaching says, we can already be home with God while here. Energetically, by being in alignment, we are energetically with God while embodied. The question is, to what extent are we? And do we have the desire to increase that? So, final thoughts. So, the picture of the horseman on the horse is not something far away. It's a picture of what happens when we step into our divine manifestation. This is what it looks like when a soul is aligned. You could view behind us as Keter at the top, the sort of mandala, the sort of shape there. And it could also be viewed as the crown chakra, where the divine light hits our human body. It's where we would place the skull cap. The kippa, the yarmulke, on top of our head, where the divine 24 karat gold light of God enters us and guides us to ride our life in the proper way. The names of God and reciting them can be viewed as bridges. This is how we manifest with clean motivation and desires, with reverent voices and motivations, and with open hearts. And the image is what a tree of life looks like when it's fully alive with God. We are always a ladder. And we are the chariot when we align with God, with the name, with all the names. So I hope we all have the aspiration to become a dwelling place for God's sacred presence. HaKadosh. Kadosh. So I hope this teaching blesses you. This is by far the longest teaching I've ever given, and probably ever will. But I hope you understand why it was so long, and it was necessary for me to do it in one big part. Not only is it to get it out there, because I feel it's really important for today's world, and I pray it will help people. These teachings are meant to help people. If they're not known, then what use are they? And we need to know and understand and see things, and have an idea on what we can do to get where we wish to go. And so my great prayer is this helps everyone. And I know this has certainly helped me greatly. And I wish to give thanks and gratitude and appreciation to the prophets and sages and teachers who have carried these teachings through the ages and preserved them. So they're here today for us. May they always be honored. Truly great people. Some are known and many are not known and will never be known, who are forgotten to time, but yet they're not, because their care, their alignment, their service to God and to their fellow human beings are endued in these teachings. And it's thanks to them that I am able to share them today. And thanks to my teachers who have helped me have the understanding to be able to hopefully communicate them properly, and to God for having guided me to everything, so hopefully I can present this. We are all on the path, my dear friends. We are all a manifestation of hopefully increasing holiness. And I hope your path is blessed. May it forever grow and bear the most beautiful of fruits, and may we all find each other in God's kingdom. Amen. So, I'm going to follow through, though my inclination is to end here because this is really not in my nature. But I was told, I feel my thing, me personally, that I want to follow through in this. And so even though it makes me feel a little uncomfortable to ask for a contribution if you feel so called, but I would appreciate it if you enjoy what I've been teaching for the last 2 years, if you would consider making a little donation. It doesn't have to be much. It could be very little. Every bit adds. So there's a little link in the description of this teaching for a GoFundMe site. And if you can't give, that is perfectly fine. It is totally fine. And if you don't feel called to give, that is totally fine. You are always welcome here with open arms whenever you would like. But I hope I'm in your prayers, and I hope that you pray for these teachings, that they're always accurate, and that you give thanks to God for having something like this here that hopefully does His will. And your presence and your walk with me, because you are all walking with me, and your presence and care and feedback, much of it very positive, are just as sacred and helpful as any monetary contribution. And I truly give thanks for it. So thank you for walking with me. It's because of you that I share. And may we all be blessed by God. Thank you so much for joining me this week. I wish you all the very best, and I look forward to being with you all next week. Shalom.